He is in Boston. Good morning. Welcome to the Graduate Research Forum of the school year 2023-2024. We're happy that you are here today. And maybe we can start the Graduate Research Forum with a prayer, if it's okay. And let me just read this short prayer. May I ask everyone to pray with me, please? So let us make the sign of our faith for Catholics. Let us make the sign of our faith in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. So, Heavenly Father, we gather here today at our Savior Ateneo Graduate Research Forum. We are grateful for the chance to share the fruits of our labor in this Graduate Research Forum. We also thank you for the generosity and the kindness and the graciousness of our keynote speaker, Dr. Chris. We thank you for the wisdom, perseverance, inspiration that have guided us throughout our academic journey in our graduate studies in Xavier. Bless our efforts, Lord, and let our presentations in the afternoon and this morning reflect the dedication and hard work we have invested. Grant us clarity of thought, precision in our words, and confidence in our delivery. May our research contribute to the pursuit of knowledge and truth, aligning with the vision and mission of Xavier University. We ask for your blessings for our mentors, our colleagues, our students, our leaders who have supported us. Foster an environment of mutual respect, collaboration, and open-mindedness during our discussions and presentations. Help us to learn from one another and grow personally and professionally. All this we pray and ask in the name of Jesus, in the name of God. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, thank you. That's our Savior hymn. For Dr. Lee, that's our Savior hymn. Our vision is to form leaders of character in the ASEAN region by 2033. So may I introduce Dr. Juliet Q. Dalagan, the Vice President for Higher Education and also currently the OIC President, to formally welcome everyone. Dr. Juliet?
Yeah. Good morning. Sorry. Chris, we just had our graduation for 4 days, and I think I've lost my voice. But again, I would not miss this opportunity to welcome everyone, especially Chris, Doc Chris. For the information of everyone, Doc Chris and Corinne were here last March 2024, and I've personally met them and really inspired by their presence here. The two of them were our pioneering, visiting international faculty in the College of Nursing. So basically, I would like to thank Dean Grace, because she was the one who introduced Chris and Karine to Xavier University, and now he's here. Thank you, Chris, really, for saying yes to the invitation of our graduate school. I'm sure this will be a very fruitful forum for everyone. So I hope, Ma'am Chelo, no, more students will attend this forum this morning. If I look at the program, our topic here would be data analytics, innovations and applications in Xavier Ateneo Graduate Research. And it's really more of an interactive session with Chris. So I'm sure our students will really have a very, this is really an opportunity for them to really prepare now for their stay in the graduate school, especially for their dissertation or their theses. So when they're, I think they're working now with their dissertation and theses. So on behalf of Father Mars, who's still in Singapore, I hope he'll be able to come back, no, today or tomorrow. I welcome everyone to this forum, especially to Chris. So Chris is from Boston College, which is a Jesuit university. So I'm sure we're very close to the heart of Chris and to Boston. So really, we look forward, Chris, to many collaboration with Boston College, and we look forward to going there with Dean Grace, and of course with some of our faculty, with our graduate school faculty. So again, thank you and good morning, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Juliet. Let us give Dr. Juliet a heart. Well, she doesn't have a voice of because of the 4-day graduation we just had in the last week. But thank you, Dr. Juliet, for taking the time to formally welcome Dr. Chris and our guests. Doc Juliet, there are 90 guests registered, and maybe they are will just come in a few minutes. Okay, so may I take this time to introduce Dr. Chris? Okay, so our guest speaker, our keynote speaker for this morning in the Philippines, but about 8 p.m. in Boston. So thank you, Dr. Chris, for taking the time. So our keynote, for our keynote speech, I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Sean Lee. We look at his CV. It's 45 page long, but let me try to compress it in a few paragraphs. So Dr. Lee is a distinguished cardiovascular nurse scientist and the Barry Family Goldman Sachs Endowed Professorship in Nursing at the Boston College William F. Connell School of Nursing. Dr. Lee has dedicated his career to better understanding heart disease and improving long-term outcomes for patients and their families. He is known for his expertise in heart failure, self-care, symptom science, patient and care partner dyadic research in chronic conditions, and the application of advanced statistical methods. Dr. Lee's research has been supported by grants from the National Institutes of Health, the Office of Research on Women's Health, and the American Heart Association. He has published over 150 distinguished papers, and his work has been cited nearly 12,000 times. And today he will present and share with us on data analytics, innovations, and applications in Xavier Ateneo graduate research. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Christopher Sean Lee. Let us give Dr. Chris a virtual clap, please.
Well, thank you very much. I formally appreciate the invitation to come and speak with you. I hope that you can hear me okay. I should probably just check that that's the case. Great, because I get some different audio setups here. And I absolutely love the introduction, and I love the hymn as well. What a great way to start our session this morning for you and this evening for me. At this point, I'll go ahead and share my screen if that's okay, Rochelle. Great. Just start. Just give 1 second to move my controls around. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. Is that right? Okay, great. So once again, thank you so much for the invitation to come and speak with you today on data analytics and more specifically data science. I'm really excited about this topic, and I'm really excited about an additional opportunity to speak with you, my colleagues from Xavier. I'm so happy to have already spent some time with you and many of your colleagues. And so this is a wonderful continuation of some of the work that already started with the School of Nursing, the School of Nursings that we have in common. This is a really important topic, and it's a very timely topic, data analytics and data science. And as I shared with many of your colleagues with whom I met when I visited Xavier in March of this year, that I always wonder if our graduate students are ready for a data science world that faces them on the other end of graduation. And I think that about our own graduates too, not just the graduates of Xavier and Ateneo, but also of our own graduate students of nursing and psychology and chemistry and business and all the many disciplines that we have here too at Boston College. So if we can think of like one question to ground this whole presentation is, are our graduates and are our disciplines ready for a data science world? So have that question kind of in the back of your mind as I work through this presentation this morning for you. I also just wanted to express my warm greetings from your colleagues on the other side of the world at Boston College. As was mentioned, Boston College is a Catholic and Jesuit institution that we're very lucky to partner with Xavier. And I was able to find one of many pictures of the wonderful time that I spent with you, and you may recognize this wonderful statue in your home school. It was such a pleasure to be invited to come and spend some time with you and your colleagues, and I actually cannot wait to plan until the next time that that me and several of my colleagues can visit with you again in the Philippines. Looking forward to it. So the objectives of this presentation are really to talk about data science, and part of data science, a large part of it is data analytics as related to the title, and also to talk about why it's relevant to the many disciplines that are represented here today and in your graduate programs. I'd like to provide some examples of some key issues in data science and talk about some of the solutions to really address them. And then probably more importantly for our discussion is to talk about kind of the critical needs in order to be successful in this evolving world of data science that seems to be changing by the week, if not the day. So this will kind of ground the objectives for the next hour and a half or so. So first I'll start with the definition, and there are many definitions of what data science is, but I like this one. It is cited as one of the first formal definitions of data science, and this paper has already been cited 1,400 times with the last time that I checked, and it was in Communications of the Association for Computing Machinery. So even knowing the origin of this term, it comes from computational science. But the definition here touches upon interdisciplinary nature of the field, which is why I think I like this definition the best. So data science is an interdisciplinary field. So it sets us up for a great conversation today. And it deals with the extraction of knowledge and insights, previously unknown insights from data, and data that has two forms, data that are structured. Most of us are used to working with structured data if we've had any formal training and research, but it also involves using and gaining new knowledge from unstructured data. So those are things that we're going to talk about. So this is just a good opportunity to reflect upon what is it that I mean when I actually say the term data science, interdisciplinary science, extraction of new insights from data that can come in many forms. So to be more specific, there's lots of elements that kind of fall under this term of data science. And a lot of us spend our time in data analytics. That's data analysis. That's the first one that's mentioned here. And in some ways, that's actually the easy part of data science. But in order to be engaged in any type of analysis, and in our disciplines follow what we consider to be scientific methods that are sound and valid within our disciplines. In order to do that, we actually have to have an infrastructure that allows us to use information, to collect information and use information. When we're talking about data science, we're also often talking about something called big data. And big data is actually something that doesn't have a universal definition either. So for what one discipline may consider big data, another discipline may consider not big data. So have that in mind as I go through the talk today as well. Data science often involves something called data mining. So that's using an existing data source and then trying to extract from it, in some instances, the answer to a research question, but in other instances, actually what a good research question might be. So it's really a data-driven decision, and sometimes data-driven research questions, which is a little bit of a departure from what we usually consider a scientific process. We often pride ourselves in our disciplines for thinking of good research questions first, and then using data to answer research questions. But in data science, we often use data mining to actually come up with new questions we couldn't possibly think of, even if we're if we have expertise in our area of content. We often think of data reduction. So if we are in a scenario, a research scenario, where we are actually using big data, millions of data points, one of the first things that we have to do is actually simplify the data. And so I'll provide several examples of what that data reduction or data simplification looks like. Many of you have heard the term machine learning and the term artificial intelligence. These are things that also fit into this realm of data science, which is why I like it as a broader term. So what is machine learning? What are some examples of machine learning? What is artificial intelligence? We interface with artificial intelligence on almost a daily basis, whether you know it or not. And in fact, I actually think there's an AI, artificial intelligence being used in this session to record the notes for the meeting. So it is literally everywhere. It's every time you look at your phone, every time you enter something on a computer screen in a search engine, there is artificial intelligence at play. But as we're thinking about what data science is, I still want to ground us in the why of data science. Why is it that all of this is important? And why is it that we would be engaged in all of these aspects of data science? Again, it's to really uncover actionable and hidden insights within data. So how is it that we can learn from data and gain new insights into the data that we have, hopefully specific to our discipline? So why is data science relevant? So I'm going to provide some examples of a couple different disciplines where data science has emerged as being incredibly important. And I've started here with education, just for no reason, but I know that education is part of the graduate programs here. And in education, data science is considered like the birth of a new discipline. And I have here this a paper that I have linked down the bottom. And in fact, I've shared with Ms. Rochelle, Mom Rochelle, if you want a copy of this presentation, I'll make this available to anyone. But in the field of education, there's so many publications on data science already that this paper really outlines like a really good taxonomy, a way of organizing all of the world's literature on data science into several domains. And one of the domains that has the most amount of papers is curriculum. Like, how is it that data science is used to enhance curriculum design, to enhance our approaches to the education related to sciences? When in the course of education should we start developing and introducing data science to students? How much of our early education should focus and include things like data science and curriculum design and development? And what about data science as an emerging major in many graduate programs and even before graduate programs? Another main arm of data science in education specifically is really in pedagogy. How do we teach students to learn to use artificial intelligence and machine learning? And how is it that we're teaching them to use those tools in their day-to-day life and in their research? How is it that we use AI and machine learning in our teaching methods, whether it applies to our traditional didactic teaching or our online teaching? And how is it that we can develop better teaching tools and teaching methods by capitalizing, by using insights from data science? And then, in this brief table as a summary of this paper, this is just a list of how many papers there are out there about this very specific topic within education. So education as a starting place, data science is incredibly relevant. What about relevant to nursing and other health disciplines? Well, all of healthcare practice is generally expanding, and there's also many areas where there are shortages of people who are qualified to engage in practice of nursing and other health-related disciplines. Maintaining wellness and the treatment of illness has actually become much more complicated because in most countries we have an aging of the populace, and with aging, the complexity of care of people requiring our help as healthcare professionals is increasing. We also have a scenario where the amount of information that we can collect and now know on people in terms of their wellness and their illness is becoming ever more complex and becoming much more complicated. So we can't kind of apply our same skill set to know how best to intervene with people who are ill, meaning how is it that we can identify the right type of interventions for the right type of person. We think of data science uses in health and in nursing about how is it that we can employ very limited resources carefully and most effectively and efficiently and ethically, especially when they are scarce, excuse me. And then how is it that we can use data science to allow clinicians to actually do what they know best, and that is to provide care, as opposed to doing other things like documentation, other things that like take away from our ability to care for people who are sick or trying to maintain their wellness. So here's just some of the ways that data science is relevant to disciplines like nursing and health. Economics is a big area for data science as well. So here's a review looking at all of the publications that have intersected with data science in an economics disciplinary framework. And if you look at the difference of the number of publications from 2013 and the number of publications, this was just up to 2019, there's almost 2,000 publications per year using data science in the field of economics. This is a great review. Again, the link will be available to those who you are interested, that talks about what are the main data science elements that are employed in economics. And we look at some of the specifics. We see that primarily in economics, there's something called deep learned models or deep learning models. There's something called hybrid deep learning models, hybrid machine models, or ensemble models. So in the field of economics, these are the main ones being used currently. And in this review, they speculate about what are the models that are going to be used most in the future. And I really like this as an example, not just for economics, but for other disciplines, because what they suggest is that it's a hybridization. It's a combination of data science techniques that are really the future and probably the right now of economics. And I think that's probably true for many disciplines. So not just one, sometimes not even two specific data science methods, but multiple data science methods being used as a hybrid so that you can capitalize on the benefits of each one of these methods, again, to gain the most insight from data. So these are just some examples of why data science is relevant to economics. So what about business administration? This is another great article, again, that's just talking about data science in business and business administration at the graduate level. And then this review has so much great information. I've just extracted actually one example from business administration from this review. And this was an example of an approach that they were looking to find towns and cities that were similar to one another based on the combination of like wealth and employment for marketing purposes. In other words, they were trying to decide where is it that they should put in types of businesses that would only be appealing to areas where there was a high amount of wealth and a low amount of unemployment, and where would it be okay to put businesses, to start up new businesses in areas where there's low wealth or a high level of unemployment. Another great example in business administration in this review cited here is how to use data science for fraud detection. So how to detect a pattern of transactions that indicate that this is actually fraudulent and not real activity. In this review too, they talked about two types of errors that I've thought about, and most people that are engaged in any type of science think about frequently, but they labeled them really specifically in a clever way. So if we were have ever taken like a statistics class or a logic class or a research methods class, we've probably heard about things like a type 1 or type 2 error. And I'll talk about one of those in a few minutes. But in this article, they actually mentioned something called a type 3 error and a type 4 error. And I think that these are really important, not just for business administration, but for other disciplines as well. So in this paper, they talked about a type 3 error as correctly solving a misformulated problem. So having the right answer to a question that's actually not formulated correctly. So this is actually a very interesting for us thing for us all to think about in our own research. We actually have the potential that we could correctly solve a question that's actually not formulated correctly. Another type of error that they specified, and again, I love the way that they've articulated this, is what they call a type 4 error, which is correctly solving a properly formulated problem, but then misinterpreting the results. And as somebody who spends a lot of time reviewing science for funding of grants, and as a associate editor for several journals, looking at literature that comes in that's submitted to journals for potential publication, and then also somebody that reads a lot of scientific literature, I have to say that I still see a lot of misinterpretation of results, even in peer-reviewed and published papers, meaning that it's not uncommon to see a paper that's made it through peer review and all the way to publication in a journal where there's really like gross misinterpretation of their own results in the paper. But I've never seen that captured so cleverly as this review. So this might be a paper to take a look at, again, from business administration. What about disciplines like chemistry? This is an example of a review on data science from organic chemistry that really outlines 4 kind of distinct domains within organic chemistry where data science is incredibly important. One is thinking about the relationship between different parameters for like linear free energy. Another one is in chemometrics. One is in chemoinformatics, and the other is the application of machine learning. So this review is great that it focuses on organic chemistry that's relevant to some of you who are in this graduate program, and certainly to those of us who work interdisciplinary. So the categorization in this article are really wonderful, but it's also really interesting to see like what type of modeling they actually do within each one of those domains. So for example, if we look in this linear free energy relationship, mostly we are trying to model something that has a linear relationship. But when we're looking at something like chemometrics, that's when we often stray from just a linear interpretation. We look for nonlinear patterns, or we look for pattern recognition. And this is also something that applies to many other disciplines. Unfortunately, like where a lot of graduate students stop with their understanding of data analytics is on like linear modeling, and we never really progress to looking at nonlinear relationships or pattern recognition. It's super important in the study of health data. And I'll provide some examples of some odd distributions of data and why it's important to consider that. But it's nice to see that coming up in a review in another discipline of organic chemistry as well. Here's another example of a great review focusing on data science as relevant to engineering. And this visualization just talks about all the necessary inputs and all of the potential things that have to be done to data to make it usable for us at all in a data science perspective. So we have lots of different ways that we can collect information, lots of inputs. There's lots of things that we have to do to it to get kind of data ready so that we can do our analytics and our visualization as a few examples. This review in engineering data science is fabulous too, because it talks about why better education and better preparation in data science is necessary in engineering. And it's really because in this discipline, there's really a need to handle an increasing volume of data, better methods to store and transform data between different models, and then to consider heterogeneity in data, and also treat incompleteness and vagueness of a lot of data sets. So this review is wonderful and kind of adds to what we've talked about as to why data science is relevant to other disciplines. And it mentions two things that I think are really important when we think of data science. And one is heterogeneity, and two is incompleteness or missing data. And that's something that a data science framework can help with a lot. How variable are the data that we are examining? And in some disciplines and with some methods, including some of the ones that I use extensively, we think a lot of heterogeneity, which gets us thinking a little bit beyond things like averages and means or other metrics of central tendency like medians. And we think more about what's the natural degree of dispersion around the mean, and then how much can we learn from that heterogeneity. And the other is really how to handle missingness. If we're a lot of our disciplines, we're working with real world data, and inevitably real world data has a lot of missingness and essentially vagueness to it. And that in of itself is an art in our science about how to handle that and to do that in a rigorous and reproducible way. So again, an example from engineering as to why data science is relevant. Environmental studies is another discipline. Here's a fabulous review on environmental studies and why data science is relevant. And this talks about complexity science and earth and environmental science and data science as really three disciplines that we need to consider at all times in environmental studies. And then I love in this paper, there's several challenges posed to the discipline itself. And I just extracted one for you because I think this is relevant. And it's really to encourage and enable a cultural shift towards open science. That means sharing of data, sharing of information, sharing of models. That is towards a science that's more collaborative and integrative through open approaches to data, models of knowledge formation, and also to a science that is more transparent, repeatable, and reproducible. So here we have a charge to this discipline specifically, but I think it should apply to all of us to move towards a culture, to engage in a cultural shift where we are thinking of open science. We're more interested in sharing our information and sharing our data in a way for the betterment of humanity, as opposed to just the advancement of our own work or the advancement of the groups with which we work. So that's an example from environmental studies as to why data science is relevant. And then one final very specific example, and you may ask yourself why I would be talking about something so specific, but here's an example of this wonderful paper that's on an AI data-driven project that's on sediment dynamics, looking at forecasting observations that occur in the Bay of Biscay. If those of you are familiar, this is a bay that's in the country of France. And in this paper, they talk about all the ways that they have used auto-generative artificial intelligence to learn more about how sediments in the soil within a bay shift, and then how that can predict what happens to the health of that ecosystem, including fisheries. And the reason I put in this very specific example, you may or may not know that this is very similar to Father Mars, your president's dissertation topic. So that he did his dissertation in sediment dynamics in the health of bay ecosystems as well, which is why I brought it up as a good example. So that is some thoughts as to why data science is so important to many different disciplines. And I haven't captured all of the ones represented, I'm sure, by students here today, or all of the programs that you have available, and then how you're thinking about yourself developing as a scientist within your discipline as well. But hopefully we gave you, I gave you a few examples to think to yourself, gosh, I think data science is important. And at this point, I'd love to move to key issues in data science. So these are things to really think about that that may challenge our training, that may challenge some of the things that your disciplines hold to be important. But there are things that come up all the time if we are kind of transitioning from a traditional data analytics perspective to this new data science perspective. And I'm just going to quickly look in chat to see if I have any questions, burning questions. Okay. All right, so I'll work through a couple different issues. I'll talk about what they are, and I'll talk about how that it is we need to think about them a little bit differently from a data science perspective. So most of us have taken research methods and or statistics as part of our graduate work. I certainly did. I teach statistics in a PhD program. And then I work with lots of students in social work and psychology, sociology, and in nursing and in medicine on the topic of statistics. And I too was trained like in a very classical way to think about statistics in a more of a biostatistical approach. And one of the things that we all learned is a type 1 error, or something that's called a false positive. So some of us cringed when we hear these things because we had to at one point study about what's the difference between a type 1 error and a type 2 error and things like that. So I'll just refresh everyone's memory so that we have a shared understanding of what that means. So a type 1 error is when the null hypothesis is incorrectly rejected. And what that means is we make an error in concluding that there is a significant effect when in reality that there is not. So, you know, we are coming out of very slowly a pandemic. So one way to think about a false positive is that, you know, we tested positive for COVID, but we actually don't have COVID. In the research world, like we think we have informed a research hypothesis, we've rejected the null hypothesis, but in truth, we've made an error. In reality, there's no effect. In order to provide information to support or refute that type 1 error, we often use something like an alpha or a p-value, and that is our tolerance for allowing a type 1 error. We usually, unless we have a really good reason, adopt a p-value of less than 0.05. If we're working with larger data, we have to really think about that. But really, the lower value indicates a lower probability that the findings are there by chance is a more simple way to think about that. So most of us at some point have learned about a type 1 error. When we move to more of a data science problem, type 1 error actually becomes a little bit problematic. Or thinking about a type 1 error in a traditional way becomes problematic. And what I have here is just a simple example of output where I'm looking at a data set of about 17,000 people. A little less than half of them are identified as male, a little bit more than half of them identified as female. And in this analysis, I'm comparing a patient-reported outcome, a survey that they completed where they were able to score what their average physical health is. And in this measure, the average is about 50, and it has a standard deviation of 10. It's a widely used and standardized patient-reported outcome. So when we use data that's even this big, so we could argue that this actually isn't a large data set of 17,000. I work with data sets with 100 million cases or more. But this is an example where we have 17,000. So if we were to take a typical approach to something like a type 1 error and think of using a standard p-value of less than 0.05, what would happen is that we would actually find very small and completely irrelevant differences to be statistically significant. And that's the case here. So we have a difference between men and women on the scale of 1.3. And we may think to ourselves, well, we have a statistically significant difference, but is there any meaning to that difference? Is there any like relevance, clinical relevance to that difference? And the answer is clearly no. And then in this instance, I actually had to calculate exactly what that p-value is. And the p-value here is like around 2 in 10 quadrillion. So we would have to go to many, many, many decimal places before we get a non-zero figure. And so this is, I use as kind of a strong example of why we can't necessarily think of just p-values to tell us about relevance of differences when we're looking at larger data from a data science perspective. And in this example, again, we just have a small difference. And what I'll challenge you to think about anytime you're working with larger data sets is that we have to actually shift our thinking away from just statistical significance towards things like clinical relevance, in addition to that statistical significance. So the ideal difference, if we were trying to test, is there a difference between men and women on this measure of physical health? We would really want a finding that is both statistically significant and clinically relevant. So how much of a difference is clinically relevant? That's something that we're going to really have to spend more time thinking about. And hopefully you're working in areas where the clinical relevant difference has been established. This happens to be a measure where there is a clinical relevance established of around 5 points. And so the difference of 1.3 between women and men on this physical health measure is not at all clinically relevant. So we have the unfortunate result that there is a statistically significant but clinically irrelevant difference. And in this instance, we're going to err to thinking that this is irrelevant, it's clinically irrelevant. So we have kind of different information from a classic statistical testing perspective, and then thinking clinical relevance, we're getting different information. And this would be forced to conclude that there's no clinically relevant difference between men and women on this physical measure. So a little bit of a different shift in thinking away from kind of classic training in biostatistics, moving beyond just the alpha to provide information about whether we should pay attention to a difference or not. Another issue with data science is complex sampling designs. So I've presented a couple different examples of what's meant by complex sampling designs. So in many instances, if we're thinking of integrating larger data sets or big data into our work, we are using data that aren't collected the same way that we would if we were doing our own small experiments or if we were conducting some prospective work. Many of the ways in which data are collected in these very large surveys. This is examples of 2 nationwide surveys that are done in the United States. They include stratification, meaning there's several waves of data collection. There's clustering of people within geographic regions. There may be by year different reasons why participants are selected, and there's disproportionate sampling that occurs, and that's all done strategically. So in this first example, this is something called a medical expenditure panel survey. This is something that's freely available. You could actually download it today if you wanted to from any year. In order to use this information, we can't do straightforward analytics without incorporating the sampling design into our analysis. And once you spend time doing this with working with data that are these complicated, it's not challenging to do that, but our answers to our research questions potentially could be erroneous. They could be off if we don't consider the sampling design. I've provided another example. This is something that's run by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States. This is a survey called the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance Survey. This too is a publicly available data set. You could download this data set while you're listening to my talk if you wanted to. And this is an example of another complex sampling design. So the things that need to be taken into consideration in the analysis are that there's stratification by age group and by gender and race and ethnicity and education and phone ownership and other things, in addition to region and age group by region and region by gender and other things, because each year there's kind of a different targeted population, some that are oversampled and some that are undersampled. And these are things that need to be taken into consideration in our analysis. So I've just provided an example of what that looks like. So in this top, I just did a summary descriptive of age of participants in this study, and there was around 33,000 participants in the study. And if we were to ignore the complex sampling design, we would think to ourselves that our average estimate of age would be about 39 or just under 40 years of age. 34 years of age. But because we are using data that are collected intentionally in a complex way, we have to take into consideration all of those complex design features. And when we do that, we're less interested in how many participants that we've actually captured. Those are the people, those are the observations, the people that are participating in the study. And we're way more interested in something called a population estimate. These large studies were designed to almost generalize in terms of their external validity to almost the entirety of the US population. So we're not really interested in just what we've observed and the people who participated in the study, but we're interested in what we can learn from them and what it tells us about the US populace, or at least a large part of it. So we kind of shift in our thinking away from we're studying 33,000 people almost. Actually, we're studying information that tells us about 301 million people. And when we do that, we also see that our estimates are a bit different. So the real estimate, the real population estimate using this database is actually 37 years of age on average, not just under 34. That's just by taking into account the complex sampling design in the analysis. And here's just another example where we're looking at like the relationship between participant age and how long that they spent in the hospital, that's length of stay. And in this instance, we collected data on 6.4 million participants. But these data were collected in a complex way. We have to use sampling weights in every analysis. We have to take into consideration that complex sampling design. And so instead of reflecting only the 6.4 million participants, it generalizes the population of about 32 million. And this is the number of hospitalizations for people with heart failure over about a 10-year period of time. So really what we're talking about is what's generalized or what we can infer to 32 million people at a time, just by considering that sampling weight. So most of us are involved with inferential statistics, and this is a good example of inferential statistics. We have known information on a set number of people, but we want to infer to a larger part of the population. And these types of databases are designed to do that. We just have to take into consideration that sampling design. Another key issue that came up in the chemistry review that I mentioned, it comes up in economics all the time, comes up in healthcare data all the time, is complex distributions. And so a lot of us, if we've learned anything statistically, we often learn linear regression first. And in disciplines like medicine and in nursing is my own discipline. Sometimes that's where we stop in our education of graduate students and those of us who are considering generating our own research. And it's a real shame because a linear perspective is actually very limiting, and it doesn't help explain a lot of relationships. I'm going to talk about healthcare costs in just a little bit, and anytime that I do, I just want to make sure that I disclose that I'm from the United States. And the reason I disclose that I'm from the United States is because you may or may not know that the United States is where we spend the most money per person on healthcare to have the worst outcomes in the world among industrialized nations. So US healthcare data is usually not a great thing to learn from, unless you're trying to learn how a country can spend a ridiculous amount of money for very poor outcomes, just for transparency's sake. But I am mentioning total healthcare expenditures because that is something that we are often interested in from a health perspective. As a neuroscientist, I'm very much interested in total healthcare expenditures. And unfortunately, here's a graph of distribution of total healthcare expenditures from a nationally represented database. This is generalizes to about 300 million people living in the United States. And often cost data look like this. We have a lot of zeros, that's called zero inflation. A lot of people have no healthcare expenditures. And then we have extreme skewing of healthcare expenditures up to $800,000 per person per US in the United States. There are people that have that much for healthcare expenditures in this database. So this is an example where we can't apply any linear modeling. And in fact, if we try to do things to try to transform data to make it more normal, we have to choose to drop all those zeros or to make it somewhat more normally distributed. So cost is an example of complex data that have a non-normal distribution that we have to do something a little bit different with. And another example is length of stay data. So or other types of count data that we're often interested in from a healthcare perspective. So how many days did somebody require hospitalization? How many days did you miss work because of illness or injury, which is the data that are presented here. So count data also are data that have a non-normal distribution almost always. And we have zero inflation. We have a lot of people that don't have any days, in this case, days missed of work due to illness or injury. And then we have like severe overdispersion, where we have, only a handful of people that have 1, 2, 3, 4 overdispersion. Again, that has to be handled a little bit differently. And then with count data specifically, if we're thinking about things like days of length of stay, like how many days you are in the hospital, or how many days you missed of work due to illness or injury, we don't think of those days as being independent from one another. So if you're in the hospital 1 or 2 or 3 days, that's actually dependent on what happened to you in day 3, whether you stay in another day. If you've missed 5 days of work, part of that is because of what happened to you on the days 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you missed to work as well. And that sets up some challenges to alternatives for handling some complex data like this. So one of the things that we start to teach our graduate students very early is the role of generalized linear models to handle things like cost and count data. And this is kind of a nice methods review that I published in 2022. Those of you who may be interested in kind of a gentle introduction to generalized linear modeling, about how to handle cost and count data and other more challenging distributions by a simple extension of linear modeling that allows us to choose the right distribution. So is it a normal distribution? Is it something like negative binomial distribution that works great for count data, or gamma distribution that works great with economic data like healthcare expenditures? And then it also allows us to choose what's called a link function, and that helps us describe the relationship between the things that we're putting in a model to predict these outcomes and the chosen distribution. So this is really a nice, again, more of a gentle introduction than a technical review on generalized linear modeling. One of the reasons why I put this in this talk today is because when people talk about using data science, it almost always involves some form of generalized linear modeling. And in fact, if you look at reviews of publications for many of our disciplines, the vast majority of data science actually only use generalized linear modelings, and they just do it in a way that they call it data science. So it's something to think about. Is probably something that's kind of essential and also really common in data science approaches. With complex distributions like cost and count, the reason why that the link function is actually really interesting. So number one, choosing the right distribution, but also choosing the right link function. Here's actually like the same analysis where I'm showing a number of predictors helping explain healthcare expenditures, total amount of healthcare expenditures within a year. And in highlighted here, I'm showing what the coefficient is for people who identify as being non-Hispanic and Black. So these are what we consider African-American people in the United States. And I have the same results, I just have it presented in 2 different ways. And the reason why, again, I like generalized linear modeling is because it can help you describe the same results differently to potential different audiences. So if your audience of this analysis was healthcare providers, and they knew what a difference of $29 would mean in terms of healthcare expenditures, in this case for prescription costs per year. So in other words, the results here mean that people who are identified as being Black in the US spend $29 or about 3,300 pesos more per year in their prescriptions than do their counterparts. That may have some relevance to you. You may know that $29 is a lot, or if it's not a lot. The nice thing about generalized linear modeling in a link function is you can also do it in a relative interpretation. And in this case, it's a relative interpretation. So we can say that people who identify as being Black actually have 54% greater prescription costs per year. Again, it's the same result, it's just how that we interpret it so that we can target the audience of interest to us. So 54% may actually be more compelling than $29. So just something to think about there. Another thing to talk about is just data complexity. If we're moving into the data science world where we're thinking of using a lot more information, a lot more observations, then data get really complex. Here's an example of a publication I had from 2014, where we used a nationwide information from the United States. And we were interested in looking at diseases that people have when they're admitted to the hospital for heart failure. So heart failure is a condition that I study a lot. but people very rarely have the condition of heart failure in isolation. They often have it along with many other conditions. So I was interested in like, what are the other conditions that people have and how do they complement, how do they make more complex a hospitalization for heart failure? So there's a lot of things that make an analysis like this complex. Number one, there's 29 potential other conditions that they have. That's a lot. And they vary in their frequency. There's dependencies among the conditions, meaning if you have high blood pressure, you're more likely to also have obesity. If you had fluid and electrolyte disorders, you're more likely to have renal disease. If you have cerebral vascular disease, you're more likely to have neurological conditions. So we can't think of these things being really independent from one another. There's dependencies in the data. And then we were dealing with just under 1 million hospitalizations. So a lot of things made this complex. So remember in that first data science slide, one of the things that we have to do is actually like simplify this information to make it less complex. So one of the things that we did here is we use data simplification using something called latent class mixture modeling. This is something that I use a lot. It's a type of clustering approach to find patterns that exist within these data. We use this approach so that we could focus on patterns among these comorbidities. And another thing that we did from a data science perspective is that we focused a lot on data visualization, which is really a core of data science. So we had to figure out a way that we could identify 4 common patterns among all of these comorbid conditions, do it in a way that's statistically robust and reproducible, to focus on the patterns themselves, and then to come up with a visualization where in this is an example right out of the paper. You could essentially like blur your eyes and see that there's a clear difference in the morphology, the shape of these patterns of these conditions. So using some core data science perspectives, we're able to simplify this and focus on patterns. Then we had to link those patterns to outcomes, and we had complex distributions. We had cost, we had length of stay, we had risk of inpatient death. So that required 3 different types of modeling to link these to outcomes. And we had to take into consideration that this was all data collected from a complex sampling design. So this is a paper where we integrated really 3 central themes to data science. One is we had to be engaged in data simplification. 1, we had to handle complex distributions. And 3, we had to incorporate the complex sampling design. So this is really like a hybridization of 3 things that are very important in data science. And, you know, on top of it, we're talking about bigger, or I wouldn't necessarily call it big data, but bigger data of almost 1 million participants. For those of you who are interested in what I mentioned as the latent class mixture modeling, this is a very common way to cluster information that's used a lot in data science. And I published a few years ago 2 great methods reviews looking at latent class mixture modeling, this type of clustering and cross-sectional data, and then how to look at trajectories of change over time. And then, you know, I'll call your attention to this right side. This is looking at patterns of change over time. A lot of us use information that is non-experimental. You know, so some of us may work in areas where we actually are using experimental designs, but many of us are stuck with using real-world data, or we've chosen to engage in observational science. I certainly have for the vast majority of my career. And when we are engaged in non-experimental science, we see a lot of dispersion around things like change. So in this graph, I'm just plotted all the participants' change in this measure of symptoms over time across 4 intervals. And when you plot everyone's change across time, across these 4 intervals, it looks like a real mess is what it looks like. Sometimes it looks like there's no discernible average pattern, because the heterogeneity in this instance is actually more important. So using an approach that allows you to tease out that heterogeneity and find out actually that there's 2 statistically distinct patterns of change that emerge from those data. This is another great use of a data science technique. Learn from the heterogeneity, use the data to discover that there's actually 2 patterns of change that occur using something called growth mixture modeling, which isn't a very complex approach, but one that's really key in data science to help simplify, to help reduce the complexity of data. Any type of reduction for data complexity often involves something called a wrapper. So a wrapper in data science is a subset of features that are used to train a model to start using them and to simplify data a lot. An example of a wrapper that you might see if you're first engaging in data science is something called model selection. So if we have several sources of data, we may want to limit the amount of data that we move forward into a database that's more workable, and that will help us address our questions more efficiently. In order to do that, we need to limit the data sources. So things like model selection, forward selection, backward selection are often used as what's called wrappers to help us use data-driven approaches to decide which data points to actually move forward into an analysis. So the more common ones that you'll probably come across if you're new to data science are involved with model selection procedures. In data science, data visualization is also really key. This is an example of machine intelligence that's applied to understanding the strength and direction of relationship between risk factors and cardiovascular disease. And I pulled this one because it's relevant to my area of research, but it's also a great example of something that we call a heat map. So in this visualization, there are several dimensions to it. We're looking at a combination of information on different demographics like age and sex. There's also some clinical information here looking at, like, do you have chest pain? What's your blood pressure, your cholesterol? What's your electrocardiogram look like? We're looking at finding the strength of relationship between these variables, so we can see it in kind of like a cross tabulation, but we can also see the strength of the relationships color coded. So if we think of color as being the third dimension on this heat map, we can see that the stronger associations that are closer to 1, those are positive associations, are going to be close to that red color. And the strongest negative associations in the sample, those that are around that -4, so negative and moderate and strength relationships, are in dark blue. We can highlight the strong positive and strong negative relationships just by identifying color. So heat maps are great for visualization because they reveal their associations. They allow us to rank in strength and direction the bivariate relationships that we're interested in. And then there's really easy visual detection of the strong relationships. So here's an example of a heat map. It's very common in clinical research and healthcare, and I've seen it employed in other disciplines as well. And again, we think of something that's very easy to detect. A good visualization will allow you to essentially blur your eyes, not even see what this graph is showing you, and pick out big differences pretty easily. So a heat map is often a very important part of data visualization. Here's another example of data visualization that came from my own work, from a paper that I just had published in June of this year. And in this paper, we were looking at domains of something called mindfulness, a specific type of mindfulness called interoceptive awareness. And we used a measure that had all of these different domains of interoceptive awareness. That's like how well somebody has insight, that they're engaged in body listening. They have self-regulation. They're able to limit their worrying. They're able to focus, kind of like noticing when they have changes within their body, living with a chronic illness. That's what this measure is really about. This measure had never been used in patients with cardiovascular disease. And so we weren't sure, like, what aspects of this interoceptive awareness, this interoceptive sensibility, were most central, meaning they were most important in their relationship to all the other domains, and which aspects of interoceptive awareness were least central, meaning they were not strongly related with other domains. And the reason that we engage in this work is we often think, if we were to target with an intervention, if we were to develop an intervention to really focus on improving interoception, we would want to develop an intervention that focuses on enhancing the most central and minimizing the least central aspect of interoception. And so we did something called a network analysis. This is an example of a Bayesian network analysis, where we looked at all the information from all of these participants in this large cardiovascular study. And we were to see that body listening is the most central feature, and distraction is the least central feature. And what just looking at this visualization, we're able to now know, and in this case, for the first time in cardiovascular disease, that body listening is the most important. That means if we're going to develop an intervention, it should focus on body listening. And it should focus on reducing things like distraction, people who are easily distracted by other things, so they can't focus on their body listening. And we have a visualization for that. And we also have a lot of data to back that up based on these centrality measures on betweenness, closeness, and strength. So the visualization here is important, but it's also backed with some great statistics that help inform our decision-making on it. But I love these network analyses as a data visualization piece as well. Here's another example of data visualization. I love these geographic variation maps. I'm starting to learn a little bit about the health of people in the Philippines. I've actually seen some maps that are similar, that are looking at things like food security and cardiovascular health in the Philippines as well. So there's certainly examples that are not just based in the United States. This map is showing at the same time small areas within each one of the United States, and the rates of death of people living with heart failure that are greater than 35. So what that's showing us is that there's regions of the country that have a very low risk of death for people living over 35 with heart failure. And there's regions of the country, large regions of the country, where there's a much higher risk of death. And it's showing us that there's some areas in the United States that we don't have enough information to show. But I like this because it's easy to talk about small geographic area variation, but without the visualization, it's actually very difficult to understand that there is indeed a lot of difference across the country in terms of how likely somebody is to die with their chronic condition. I like that there's a visualization that's matched to a hazard, and then they're often color-coded so that red is worse, and then something like blue or some light color is less of a risk. And then these are often used to overlap with other illnesses or risks or other things that are different about these states and these regions of these states that may help explain that. But these geographic variation maps are also incredibly helpful to fulfill this data visualization piece for data science. I have to say, coming from an interdisciplinary perspective, that this is actually one of my favorite data visualizations. And it actually comes from history, which is really fun. So I don't know if there's anyone that studies history here. But this is a reproduction of a map of Napoleon flawed mission to take over Moscow. So it's a French versus Russian campaign that was generated from 1812 to 1813. And the reason I love this as a visualization is because there's so much information included in this one visual. And what it really shows is how many troops Napoleon started with, and then how many he finished with when he marched all the way to Moscow and then all the way back from Moscow. And if long story short, he started with about 422,000 troops and ended with about 8,000 left. But it also shows, like, at each interface and in each town, how many there were that retreated. It talks about the reasons why. It shows by the time that he got to Moscow, he had less than a fourth of the troops were still alive. And then it was a bitter battle, and then lost a lot of troops on the way home as well. So it portrays that kind of in volume and provides a lot of detailed information. And then you may notice way down in the bottom here, it actually shows what the temperature was across the entire range of the march to Moscow and back, which helps then explain this large drop in temperature as to why there was so much of a troop loss, especially on the way back from Moscow. So one of my favorite visualizations, I often charge my PhD students in nursing to, if they're talking more of if they have more of a qualitative study, to come up with like a nice visualization of this, especially if they're following things over time. So great data visualization from history. from our colleagues in history. All right, another key issue is artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence, what I've done here is I've kind of highlighted what are the top 5 advantages to using artificial intelligence in research, and then I'm going to talk about the top 5 disadvantages for using artificial intelligence in research. And one of the fun things about all of these advantages and disadvantages, you may think, where did those come from? I actually used artificial intelligence to tell me about the advantages of artificial intelligence, and also used artificial intelligence to tell me about the disadvantages of using artificial intelligence by using ChatGPT. So simply put, I said, what are the top 5 advantages in using artificial intelligence in interdisciplinary research? And here's what it came up with. So number 1 advantage, data analysis and processing. So a huge issue with using artificial intelligence is speed. AI can process a huge amount of data in a very small period of time, and much faster than we could, even if we had a large team working together to analyze it. Accuracy. Algorithms can be programmed to detect patterns and anomaly with a high degree of precision, and then reducing the likelihood of human error. So when we think of error in research, we can think about error that's human error, and we should definitely think about error, or what's called hiccups, that occur oftentimes using artificial intelligence. And scalability. Artificial intelligence models can often use very large scale data that would be impractical essentially for human researchers to ever accomplish, or to at least accomplish in a reasonable amount of time. The second advantage is automation of repetitive tasks. AI really helps with efficiency. So some aspects of research, admittedly, are mundane. They involve a lot of repetition of tasks. By having AI do this, it could free up researchers to think about the more complex or more creative parts of the work. And then we think of AI as potentially helping with consistency by automating certain processes and procedures to make sure that there's consistency in the results and the analytic process. Hopefully that translates to having more reliability in research. The third advantage is advanced data insights. With AI, we can use a lot of predictive insights. AI can use historical data to help researchers anticipate trends and things that may come. You have to know that AI is based on existing data. Sometimes there's a lag in the type of data that it can access, depending on what we're using for our AI models. It can also handle complex modeling, so we can use it to uncover hidden relationships that would be impossible or illogical to be able to gain insight from using traditional statistical methods. Our traditional approach to this, we may miss some things. The fourth is that in interdisciplinary research, we really have an integrative approach, potentially using AI. So we can analyze data that comes from various fields, use a hybridization of methods that come from different fields, and because of that, hopefully foster interdisciplinary research and collaboration. If you have people from different disciplines, AI can provide a common platform for data and even talk about data in a consistent way, even though a lot of our disciplines use different language to talk about the same types of analysis and interpretation. And then the final advantage is enhancing decision-making. So because AI really uses data-driven insights, it may be able to enhance our decision-making process and research. It can also optimize experimental designs, help with resource allocation and other critical components of research. We think of this optimization really as helping with efficiency and effectiveness of our research process. So those are 5 advantages of using artificial intelligence. Now let's move to the disadvantages. So again, the top 5, and this is as identified by ChatGPT. So data quality and bias. AI systems are only as good as the quality of the data that are used as their learning data and as their unstructured data. So they require high quality data, and if they don't have that, they actually function pretty poorly. A lot of AI platforms have gotten much better about the currentness of data that they can access. When I first started using ChatGPT several years ago, there was still about a 1.5 year lag. It was using data that were available a 1.5 years ago. So that's something that we have to know. And because there can be poor quality data, can lead to inaccurate results. something for us to think about and to contemplate on. AI models adopt the inherent biases in any of the data. This is a big issue. So if we think about where does the information come from that our AI models are using, if those data are biased because they are not representative, or if they have other limitations, then any outcome from an AI model will inherit those biases, something to think about. In the US, this causes a lot of concern about representation. So if we have an AI insight from especially healthcare research, we know that there's been misrepresentation and underrepresentation of certain racial and ethnic minorities. So we have to acknowledge that there is essentially a racial or ethnic bias in any AI models that come from healthcare information. The complexity and lack of transparency can be a big problem. They call it the black box problem. So deep learning models, sometimes it's actually hard to know what information that they access and the quality of the access of the data that they are using to generate insights. So it can be very hard to know how we've arrived to a specific conclusion using AI algorithms, especially if we're using an AI platform that itself is proprietary. So some of the platforms are open access and it'll tell you exactly how it generated a specific conclusion, and others it's completely proprietary and it won't tell you at all how it came up with a specific conclusion. Something interesting to know. The complexity, we think of data as being complex, but a lot of our research questions often require people who are knowledgeable and have a specific skill. And if that's not accessed at all or incorporated in the research process, that can itself be a problem. There's definitely ethical and privacy concerns too. So, some AI uses all publicly available information, some of which were collected with consent to use that information, some of that was not used, considering privacy concerns. We think of ethical questions too, like human subject research in particular, and then the kind of relevance of the decisions that are made using AI-driven research. We think about the ethical implications of that work, something to consider. We think of research intensivity, some AI models do require significant development and maintenance costs. So that may require significant investment in things like hardware and software, and potentially paying for people that are skilled enough to engage with AI auto-generative models. Some AI platforms are truly open source and open access, so there are some ways around that. We think of energy consumption, they're research intensive and high and have energy consumption even impacting things like sustainability. So that's an additional research intensivity concern to consider. And then, this may be a more future looking than anything else, but one is over-reliance and skill gaps. Just because there is AI doesn't mean that we should always use AI in our research. And if we do, are we actually neglecting things like critical thinking and sound research process? Are we forgetting our own disciplinary perspectives here, our scientific principles that are inherent in many of our scientific disciplines? And then there's a large skill gap. So, with the advancement of AI technologies, you're talking about fewer and fewer people that are actually able to engage in that level of the research process, that have access to AI models and to have the resources to be able to employ things like AI in their research. So, in a way, does AI further the kind of a digital divide between people and teams, and in many instances, universities that have and those that do not have the resources to engage in AI approaches. So those are some advantages and disadvantages to think about. I do want to talk just a little bit about machine learning. So machine learning is part of artificial intelligence, and machine learning generally includes something called supervised and then unsupervised learning steps. And then the vast majority of published research to date actually includes supervised machine learning, where there's still a human interface. So the benefit of using supervised machine learning is that there you're training, you're using existing data to test and to define the precision of algorithms that you essentially are developing. There's still an interface with a human. The processes that we're focused on in supervised machine learning are classifying data and then seeing if we can predict them accurately. We try to like mine and sort data using something like decision tree or some sort of clustering. And then we almost always use regression modeling, like linear or logistic regression model, to engage in prediction models. So usually we try to simplify the data and then we try to predict the data in supervised machine learning. In unsupervised machine learning, which there's less literature on this, but this is where we actually haven't spent a lot of time labeling data and even cleaning data. This is often used to find previously undiscovered patterns in the data, and then there's no human intervention here. So we're actually letting software do the work here. And we typically, in unsupervised machine learning, use some form of clustering. So some sort of data complexity reduction, like a latent class mixture modeling, like I mentioned. We try to find some association, so we can try to find association among key cases. And then we do some sort of dimensionality reduction. We're really trying to only find a parsimonious list, a very small list of key factors that are important. So those are the two typical phases of machine learning. Again, most use phase one only. And then there are fewer applications for the unsupervised machine learning. So I put up here just a review of machine learning that's used in my discipline, just as an example. So this is a review of all published literature in the year 2022 that involves machine learning in nursing, the nursing literature. And it is interesting to say, like, of all the things that you could actually do with machine learning, the vast majority use only generalized linear models, which is why I've focused on that a little bit. A smaller number use supervised machine learning. Very few use unsupervised learning. There's lots of other things that you can do with artificial intelligence, including natural networks. And then a real minority of them use natural language processing that I'll talk about a little bit. So of all the things that could be used for machine learning in my discipline, it's still fairly primitive and focusing primarily on generalized linear modeling. And to me, one of the greatest advantages of using AI is this natural language processing that is really underutilized. It's also interesting to know of all the types of information that could be used in machine learning, again, just in the discipline of nursing, it really focuses on very simple things like demographics, like diagnosis, and things that are pretty easy to assess, like laboratory tests. These are things that tend to be available in more people, as opposed to all the other pieces of information that would be great in understanding health and alterations in wellness. So not a great review of nursing, underutilized approaches and underutilized data, at least up till 2020. So natural language processing, I'll talk about this a little bit more because it is considered part of artificial intelligence, and it does overlap with both machine learning and something called deep learning. So natural language processes an extraction of meaning from narrative data, which is one of the reasons why I really like it. So if we think of how this could apply in our research, if we have qualitative interviews, or we have open-ended responses to research questions, or we have natural setting in clinical practice, like notes from healthcare providers or field notes from people working in environmental science, then this is like the splendor of using natural language processing. It may be a good entry for nurses or other disciplines. If you haven't done anything with artificial intelligence, this may be a good thing to start with. And then that deep learning is just a type of machine learning that uses neural networks. The deep learning is the type of machine learning that's meant to replicate our natural neurologic circuits in the brain. So I'm going to show you one approach that I've used recently in natural language processing. We completed this big study in people with cardiovascular disease living across the United States. And we were really interested in people with cardiovascular disease, but we were very interested in their mental health, and not just their mental health, but things like how do they know when they were stressed and anxious and depressed, and what they did about it, like what they did to actually manage their stress, anxiety, and depression. And because we had so much data, we kind of split it into these multiple groups of people, and I've shown just 2 of them here. So we split this group into 4 categories, but the one here is people who are really depressed and they were really not good at self-care for their cardiovascular disease. And on the far extreme, we have people that were not depressed and they were really good at their self-care. And then we looked at the kind of their open-ended questions, responses to their open-ended questions about how do they know when they're stressed or anxious or depressed. And so if you have people that are depressed and they're not very good at self-care, their primary way that they know when they're stressed is because they have like negative thoughts. There's a lot of that. They feel whole body tenseness, they feel shaking, they don't sleep enough, their mood changes. So there's a lot like related to mood. And then we have people that are not depressed and they're good at self-care. Then it's mostly there is some mood, there is some thoughts, but it's mostly like I feel my heart rate increasing. I feel pain and temperature sensations. I have tension. My breathing changes. There's some overlap, of course, here, but by using natural language processing, we can identify that there's actually very different ways that people who are depressed and inadequate at their self-care versus not depressed, inadequate in their self-care, or even know when they're stressed, depressed, and anxious. And then we can kind of put that together in even more categorizations with kind of more data visualization to show that these 4 categories of people actually manage and identify and monitor and maintain stress, anxiety, and depression like very differently from one another. This all emerged from qualitative findings, open-ended responses. And I have to say, the biggest benefit to natural language processing is that if we had used a traditional qualitative approach, so I am a great admirer of high quality qualitative research. If we had used a traditional qualitative approach with my team, that's pretty large, it probably would have taken us 1 year of going through all of the codes to trying to come to consensus about what the codes are, what themes emerge from these qualitative findings, how to categorize them, how to talk about them, how to know that they occur in sufficient frequency that we should pay attention to them, what's most salient across it, and then to feel confirmed in our results. We're talking about probably a year's work. And using a program with natural language processing, this is about 30 minutes work. So reduce the efficiency, the efficiency trade-off is incredible. So much so that in my discipline, there's a lot of like skepticism about natural language processing. So one of the things that we had to do is we had to run the natural language processing and then really go back in and do some of the traditional processes to confirm that what surfaced from the natural language processing is actually representative of the data at hand. So we're still kind of at a point in nursing anyway, where there's a little bit of distrust of this process, that it's not rigorous and it's not reproducible. And that may be the way in your disciplines as well. All right, I'm going to spend the last part of my talk just talking about what the future of data science really looks like. You may or may not be aware of this organization called SACRU. It's the Strategic Alliance of Catholic Research Universities. And it's this organization that's related to the International Federation of Catholic Universities. And they just happened to make public, probably 2 weeks ago, this fabulous statement on the future of Catholic universities in the AI world. And one of the fabulous things about this document, because it comes from a Alliance of Catholic Research Universities, is that they pose a lot of really fabulous questions for us to consider. Us to consider meaning faculty and students that are trained or work in Catholic universities in a way that's very formative in Catholic and Jesuit education, to ask very important questions that we need to contemplate and think about ourselves. So this is really talking about the future of artificial intelligence, again, in Catholic universities. And I put a link here so you can see the document as well. So I'm just going to read through these contemplative questions, because I think this is really important as we move forward into the future. If we understand education to be a process of intellectual and moral formation, even transformation, rather than the mere transfer of information or development of skills, how will that shape our sense of the promise and perils of artificial intelligence? How will the learning process, year two, centered on the classroom and face-to-face discussions with peers and professors, we know that to be like the core of how we are trained. How will that evolve as AI systems, which are mostly impersonal and do not require direct human discussions, are increasingly present in student formation? How can universities strengthen students and teachers' powers of attention, deep focus, and concentrated thought when we live surrounded by AI-powered technologies that are both essential to modern life, but they're also highly addictive and distracting? I think about this with my 11-year-old and my 10-year-old and myself sometimes, and my partner too, my wife, because we find ourselves on our devices a lot, very addictive and highly distracting. Can the induction of new AI tools reorient our priorities in higher education, or will it only strengthen the existing logics within contemporary university? Is it realistic in the age of AI to think of a generalized change when it comes to existing academic model of education, largely centered on providing credentials and signals from the job market? Can the university provide a space for deep and leisured reflection on fundamental human values and goods, thus serving as a necessary counterweight to the world of rapid, often heedless technological change? And how can Catholic universities articulate a humanistic alternative to anti-humanist and transhumanist visions of the future of human society alongside artificial intelligence? So perfectly timely for us to think about what this future might look like for us. So if we think of what the future might look like, and this is nursing and all other disciplines, one of the things that I think about is how is it that we can preserve the practice and intellectual aspects of our disciplines, all of our disciplines, in a data science world. So how is it that we can preserve our disciplinary voice, our own disciplinary training, and some of our disciplines have a practice as well as intellectual discipline? Well, first of all, we have to up our game, meaning that our disciplines have to do way better at learning and incorporating data science into our training of those of us who are going to replace ourselves in the future. We have to incorporate much more data science in undergraduate education. We have to incorporate much more data science into our graduate programs. Number two, I think we have to lead data science initiatives. We have to represent our disciplines in data science initiatives to make sure that there is more of a humanistic and that there's more of an interdisciplinary voice, so that data science doesn't just belong to one or two disciplines. How are we going to preserve the practice and intellectual aspects of our discipline again in the data science world? There's a phrase, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So again, this is one of the reasons why I think we have to lead data science initiatives. We have to take it upon ourselves to learn and to incorporate in the training of other members of our discipline data science perspective, so that we can participate in the conversations and we're not just going to be left off of all conversations related to data science. One of the things that we have to do is we have to use and translate data science through a humanitarian lens. That's what was mentioned in the SACRU document about what the future of Catholic education really looks like. How is it that can we ensure that data science has actually been used and to address humanitarian questions, the most pressing questions to humankind? We need to serve as champions of data science for developing regions, meaning we have to take initiatives and have to help out universities and teams that are in that have-not group. Because again, as I mentioned, there's a huge potential for an even greater digital divide between those that have and those that do not have, meaning those that are and those that are not ready for the data science world. How do we prevent the worsening of inequities between those who do not have? I mean, I think there's huge potential to use our data science powers for good. And for good, I mean using a humanitarian lens. And because of that, we also have a moral obligation to use data science and to use our data science powers to mitigate harms that could potentially come from data science that is in the wrong hands or used for the wrong reasons. Again, how do we prevent the worsening of inequities between those, meaning those teams and those institutions that have and not those who do not, those countries that have and do not have the ability to use data science. We have to leverage data science to identify and mitigate inequities. I love the use of data science to further identify, in my case, it's health inequities that we often look at, but for many of you, it may be economic inequities, it may be environmental inequities. We need to use the strengths of all of our disciplines to elevate the needs of underserved populations. And for many of you, you're working in disciplines where you're trying to preserve the planet and trying to preserve the environmental health of the planet. We also need to advocate for humanitarian application for data science to avoid the worsening of this economic divide. So again, how is it that we, as members of a Jesuit Catholic education and universities, how is it that we can use this from a humanitarian lens? So the future of data science in an interdisciplinary research perspective, I just have 8 high-level topics to kind of summarize. What does the future of data science really look like? One is more integration across fields. So it could be healthcare and medicine, it could be environmental sciences, it could be integrating more social science perspective into more classically bench perspective to impact even more insights that can come from big data. We're going to see a lot more advanced analytics and machine learning. I hope that we see a lot better predictive analytics and a lot of more unstructured machine learning. The more that we can trust and use unbiased data sources, I hope to see a lot more unstructured machine learning. I hope that there's use of a lot more natural language processing. For me, that's been kind of a game changer in my work to use natural language processing for an efficiency standpoint. And it can also be used to help things like literature reviews and to do things like research with social media. And then hopefully the deep learning, the deep learning again is this this part of machine learning that tries to mimic our natural neurologic patterns. So my guess is that we'll see a lot more of that. I think we'll see a lot more use of big data and then real-time analytics. So things that there's not so much of a lag, so we can gain immediacy of insights that can help with things like finance and disaster prediction and response, and even things like our urban planning. We need a lot more consideration of ethical and responsible conduct with data science. We have to acknowledge the biases and the oftentimes lack of fairness in algorithms that are used in contemporary artificial intelligence use. And then we have to call out on instances of unfair use and focus more on things like fair and accurate outcomes. With use of larger data comes privacy and security problems. So especially if we're talking about sharing international data, there's a lot of more legal protections, especially in the European Union right now, about any information being shared for any reason. Hopefully, we'll see a lot more collaboration and open science. There was a lot of calls within the first disciplines that I mentioned to have us move towards more of an open science perspective so that research can be cross-disciplinary, and so that a lot more of our data sources can be open source and meaning free to anybody in order to accelerate our scientific discovery. Hopefully, we'll see more data science used in education and training. That means within our own disciplines, and then hopefully more of our data science perspectives can be interdisciplinary. Hopefully, we'll see more advancements, technological advancements like real-time data and interconnectedness of devices to expand our research possibilities, and things like quantum computing, so that it can occur even more quickly and it's more intractable. For funding and policy support, hopefully there'll be more funding for interdisciplinary data science projects, both from governments and also from private foundations. And then hopefully we'll see a lot of data science used more for policy initiatives. And again, it's my great hope that we see a lot more of that used for from a humanitarian perspective, and not just to accentuate the difference between those who have and those who have not. So at that point, I'll close, and I'm more than happy at this point to open it up to any questions that you may have. And I really appreciate your attention. Thanks so much for having me again, and happy to answer any questions or address any comments that you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. For your presentation, let us give Dr. Chris a virtual applause.
Thank you very
Uh,
much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. I appreciate especially that you've clarified and introduced data science and also showed the relevance of data science to our graduate programs, education, nursing, engineering, also chemistry. And you also gave your own studies as examples of data science. So thank you very much. But truth be told, it is still new. Data science is new to me.
Mhm.
It seems like a new planet, like not unlike Mars. So it's very new to me. I'm not sure if other guests also share the same sentiment. Okay, so may I ask our guests whether they have questions for Dr. Chris on data science? I'm guessing, Dr. Chris, most of us are still
Right.
digesting most of the things that you've mentioned, because those are really new things for us, especially the one you said about statistical significance versus clinical significance.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's such a big deal. And for many, that might be the first shift to thinking kind of beyond classical statistical training, because I was trained very classically too in statistics, and it really took working with more real world data to think a little bit beyond that. And the first time, I think when I spoke in Xavier in March, I pretty much said that you can ignore the p-value. And the first time that you hear that you can ignore the p-value,
That's
that's
shocking.
hard. That's hard to understand. Right? You're like, well, this person's now speaking heresy against everything that I've learned about statistics. And it's not that; it's just really understanding like the limitations of how we were trained, and then really what traditional statistics were designed to do and not do. And what they weren't designed to do is actually function in a data science world where we really have to think beyond just the true simple statistics that we learn. So yeah, if nothing else, to think, for those of us who work in practice disciplines, and I know there's several of you, to think about the clinical relevance always in addition to the statistical significance, that's moving in the direction of a data science perspective for sure.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Chris. Dr. Chati Pagarashi is the Graduate Studies Director of the School of Education. Put something in the chat box. Dr. Chati, if you are here, maybe you'd like to share your thoughts. We're seeing your pet cat behind you, Dr. Chris.
Yeah. It was
It's very cute.
I know, my co-pilot. I'm in my cat's room. This is her domain that she's sharing with me for
Okay.
the time being. Yeah.
She's very cute. Okay,
Thank you.
Dr. Chati, do you have would you like to share yourself? Would you like to say this yourself?
I can read
Yes,
it. Yeah. Go ahead.
yes, ma'am, Chella. Good morning, Sir Chris, and thank you so much for your valuable inputs. It's really very, very interesting to also learn about data science, especially that we are limited with the traditional statistics. I'm just curious with what software or program do you use, especially that data science or data analytics would require programming or coding.
Right.
So maybe as at least we can, because actually even in the School of Education, we really just end until regression analysis.
Right.
And yeah, I agree that we just depend more on the p-value. But
Right.
those inputs that you shared earlier were really something that we have to think about and really would like to explore more about data science. So I'm just interested with what program or software do you use, especially if it's user friendly, so that we can also get to learn about it.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I have a great question. And, I agree. And unfortunately, I think in nursing, we're in a very similar place where the vast majority of people that even finish from PhD programs in nursing will have finished their statistical training really with linear regression only. And it's actually quite a challenge to try to change that, even like convincing colleagues that their students actually need more education than they have had themselves in different statistics, and then of course in data science. So one of the limitations that you mentioned in your question, is really the issue of programming. So there are open source, meaning truly free coding programs that will allow you to do most data science operations and also pretty decent visualizations. And the one that comes to mind is the one that's called R, like the letter R. That is open source and allows you to handle complexity of designs, big data, pretty good user-written visualizations. And it is user-written, so that's why it's free. So the program R, as in the letter R, may be a good start because it's something that you could download for free and use. One of the challenges, I think, for people who are involved with data science like myself is that once you learn to use a program, it's very hard for you to say, I want to take the time and energy to learn a new program. So I still think there's a lot of data science that's done in whatever program is comfortable to the user themselves. So for me, for example, I still use the program Stata that has a lot of embedded data science capabilities in it, just because that's the one that I learned. I use another program called M+, and that is another program that anything that you can code, you can essentially generate as a model with pretty good visualizations. And then the program that I use for the natural language processing now comes with a lot of auto-generative AI capability in it. It's called NVivo. So those are the three programs that I use the most: Stata, M+, and NVivo. But someday I am going to take a summer and learn the program R, because I would love to move to using a free software program so that I can teach more in a free software program too, so that we, at Boston College, we still depend on our students to purchase a license for the program. And some of these are really expensive and come with annual fees. Right. So great question.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Chris. Maybe we have other questions from our students and our faculty. We have some graduate faculty here, Dr. Chris. Also, Dr. Grace, the Dean of College of Nursing, is also here.
I saw her. It was great to see you again, Dean Grace.
I tried to simplify it to myself, Dr. Chris, the things that you said, and my understanding of data science is using large data to find answers, find answers or decisions. So large data. It's very different from what we traditionally do, because we have research questions, then we look for the data in representative samples, not big populations. Would that be correct?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that you can use data science in a traditional scientific method framework. So you can use it to answer research questions that you've already specified that have the benefits of your disciplinary expertise, to address pre-formulated research questions. So you can certainly use it for that, and use it in a way where you're going to be open to learning whether your hypotheses are informed or not informed. And I have to say that one of the things that data science can open up for you is that it can be actually really good for your scientific development if your hypotheses are not informed. So, if we all, almost all of you are graduate students, so of course we want our hypotheses to be correct. But I have to say, I think I have like 230 publications now. I've been part of about $50 million of research grants now. I have to say that if your hypotheses are correct all the time, science actually is very boring and it's very predictable. And the world isn't predictable. And if you use more real world data, you'll see that, less of your models will be accurate. And when you're wrong, when your hypotheses are not correct, especially if you're like way off in direction and magnitude, that's actually when I think you learn as a scientist. So, we pride ourselves on having hypotheses that are informed, but if they're not, I actually think that those are the things that are going to keep you up at night and think you're wondering why, and actually make you think of even better research questions to ask because your hypotheses were not correct. So I love using data science to actually be wrong and to learn from the data to understand why you were wrong and to actually help you think about better research questions to ask. So data science can absolutely be used in a traditional research perspective. It's just you're talking about different types of data and different types of analytic approaches. But it also can be used to help you identify questions that are really important that you never thought about. And so that's kind of that other side of data science. That probably is part of an evolution. I think if you're going to start to use data science, I would use it in a traditional research process, using traditional research methods where you formulate a question first. You may be limited in the type of question you can ask certain data. So that may put some boundaries on what you can ask, but still use it in a traditional approach. And then maybe at some point, use data science to actually unearth questions that you should have been asking all along.
Thank you, Doc Chris. I kind of like that. I appreciate that to use the data to unearth the questions that we'd like to address that we didn't know we want to ask.
Right.
Okay. Dr. Grace is here. She mentioned something about the things that you said, that data science can be paradigm shifting. Dr. Grace, would you like to comment on it? Dr. Grace, you're muted.
There.
Are you muted, Dr. Grace?
Am I still muted?
No, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chris. Nice to see you again.
It's great
Good
to see
morning, everyone. Yeah, it's really a paradigm shift. And I think this is the second time I reminded to not totally forget the usual, the traditional PV, because there are still studies that we could apply those statistical approaches or methods. But I think it's a paradigm shift in a way that we would like to gear up more as to what really research is. And what's actually brewing in my mind right now is that I know for sure that our university has a wealth of information from which, we can draw a lot of. The problem right now is just where to start. Because this is also a wealth, a wealth of human resources. Genius about geomapping. We have engineer law, psych experts in the person of Dr. Wapanyo, Dr. Rivera, statistic experts like in the person of Dr. Pagara. So I think we just have to converge and come up probably with one meaningful research for the university to really engage into data science. And hopefully Dr. Chris would also be involved to help us through come up with one, at least to kick it off, that we are in tune with the modern research world on data science.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as usual, you mentioned so many important things, Dean Grace, so I appreciate your comments. So you're absolutely right that there's still very much a place for the application of traditional research questions and traditional statistical approaches. And so I like to think of a robust program of research being scalable, meaning that in the same area of expertise, like I study heart failure a lot, some of my questions are best addressed through a very small qualitative study, maybe of 15 different people. Some of my questions are best addressed with a larger clinical study that maybe involve 200 people, 500 people. Some of the research questions that I have are best addressed by looking at every admission for heart failure that's occurred in the United States over the last 20 years. If you start to incorporate some data science into your own program of research or start to collaborate with somebody with more of a data science perspective, then you could do all of those things. So, so you can really follow whatever research question you have and you're not really limited by your own methods. So I think in nursing and a lot of other disciplines, we've actually limited what we can do because we've only done what has been done conventionally in our discipline. So there's great opportunities there. What a lot of institutions have done is really started like a data science council or a data science committee. So that is exactly what you mentioned, is really a gathering of people that have some expertise. And then getting those people together and talk about, well, if we were going to have like a university initiative, or if we needed to make decisions about how AI can and cannot be used in teaching, how AI can and cannot be used in student paper writing, if we needed to make some decisions about what's available to students and faculty, both from, you know, an initiative perspective, but also if there needs to be some guidelines set out for appropriate and inappropriate use, then formulating a committee would be a great start to that, I think, too. And then usually that the fun comes from that organically. Like if you get the right people in the room, then the initiatives surface very easily, and then you know what you can and can't do, what you have the resources to do and not do, what you have the time to do and not do. So you can set some like realistic goals that way. But formulating like a committee or a council would, I think, would be a great idea.
Thank you, Chris.
Of
That's-
course.
That's inspiring, actually. Hopefully,
course.
I could draw some around here, you know, to have that one big university study.
Right.
Thank you, Chris. I think that's a very good way to start. In Xavier, we have already also started a committee for the ethical and responsible use for AI, but that's specifically for AI, but not yet data science. So to start with data science and the whole principles of data science, I think we're still going there and still trying to digest what data science is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and you're with a lot of people. Like I do get worried though that that there are institutions that have done this a little bit earlier. So they've made a strategic decision to be engaged with data science earlier. And then there's some in nursing. So I think around the world, there's a few institutions that really started on this earlier. One is like Columbia University in the US. And they are generating pretty much all of the world's evidence from our disciplinary perspective in data science. And that's what I worry about the haves and have-nots, because actually most schools of nursing around the world would have like phenomenal ideas. And most schools of education in psychology and sociology and environmental science and business and engineering and computer science, all those faculty would have fabulous ideas about what could be done in data science. So you don't want to see all the world's attention actually just be steered by one community asking like a set amount of questions. I'd love for it to be more international, and I'd love for it to be more inclusive. But I do get worried if we're not ready for it, then another university is going to do it and do it really well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a point of reflection for us. What you just said, Dr. Chris, maybe it's something that we have to seriously consider.
Right. Yeah, and it's also auto-reflective. I'm also thinking about my own school and my own college. We are not known for data science, and we are not really known for artificial intelligence. And we're kind of like at an infancy in our school of nursing from thinking about it too. So it's not just you. I think it's most schools and universities in the world actually are just starting to think about this. We're just starting out.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. I think a start is a good start. It's better to start than not at all.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. Can I ask our participants, our guests, whether they have a phrase or a word that they find interesting or curious about, and you may want to put it in the chat box, just so we'll know the things that you find interesting. My own, I've been listening to Dr. Chris, and my own is open science. That's, I think, very interesting to me. Can I invite all the others to write, please, the things you find interesting in the chat box, please, if it's okay. Dr. Chris, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think that it's such a great term because you know, in the United States now, if you have your research federally funded, like if the federal government pays for it, then you have to guarantee that you'll make that the data that come from that study open access. And that has been like a big shift for investigators to wrap their mind around, because primarily the US's work that's been funded by like our National Institutes of Health has really promoted the growth of individuals and teams and their ideas, as opposed to now it's a mandate that it's open access the minute the study's over. So like if you have a 5-year grant, the day that's over, that all that information has to be uploaded and publicly available. And then that's what it's taken to change the culture to think open access. It's not individuals wanting to do it. It's a federal mandate that's taken to do it. So that's something interesting to think about.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. Miss Lindy Valdevillas wrote something. Miss Lindy, maybe you'd like to share this, your thought. Maybe you want to unmute and turn on your video so we can see who you are and hear your voice. That would be nice, Miss Lindy. No pressure. Miss Lindy. But Miss Lindy did say that data science is so new to me, which is very interesting and insightful. I share the sentiment of Miss Lindy. May I also ask Miss Lalot, that's Milagros Catherine Rivera. She's our faculty in the philosophy department. Ma'am Lalot, would you like to share something? Your thoughts, please.
Hello, good morning, Doc Rachel. May I be excused from putting on my video?
It's okay.
I hope my profile picture will do
Justice.
to suffice my countenance. I am so thankful, as I expressed to Dr. Dean Grace, that this is a very good window open to us, a big world open to us. I am from the humanities, but at the same time, I'm a student in social sciences doing sociology. And in my work, I am attempting to combine quantitative data and with qualitative data. And it's striking to me towards the last part of Sir Chris's presentation on data integration, where data are combined, data from various sources are combined. And although data science or data analytics is not new to me, because I have learned about it from a family member who is doing, who is engaged in data analytics in the context of business or e-commerce. That's why I got so interested in this talk, because it's such a blessing that it's here in the university, and this will be very helpful to us, not just faculty, but students in the graduate program. So that's the most, so far, one of the striking points that I saw in the presentation of Chris, that data integration. And there's also that part under the future of data science in interdisciplinary research. That is actually my inclination, the direction that I am moving towards, an interdisciplinary or across disciplines. And data science will be very instrumental to be able for our university to progress in research. Thank you, Sir Chris.
So it's absolutely fabulous comments. And, I love quantitative science and I love qualitative science, but my favorite is truly mixed methods research, which is exactly what you mentioned. It's really integrating qualitative and quantitative research And the art of that is really what they call triangulation, which I'm sure you know. Like, how is it that you benefit from insights from those both types of information to tell more of a complete and in some ways like explanatory understanding of what you're observing? Sometimes the only way to do that is mixed methods. So I love that approach. I love that integration specifically of qualitative and quantitative data. And in fact, I have a federal grant that's about to get funded that is exactly that in the context of heart failure too, is that mixed methods approach. So love it. And I agree. The interdisciplinary part of it is also, I think, the future, if not the now. So in graduate programs, especially students that are doing PhDs, there's a lot of programs that now kind of require somebody outside of the discipline to serve on the dissertation as a way to make it more interdisciplinary, your training interdisciplinary. And that allows you to preserve your discipline-specific roots. So you'd still have the expertise of, in my case, your nursing faculty, but you may benefit from somebody in medicine or somebody from psychology or somebody, like somebody on my dissertation was a neuroendocrine physiologist. I love that interdisciplinary approach, particularly in graduate programs, but also beyond graduate programs in our own research to try to make that truly interdisciplinary, meaning almost becoming a new discipline, because it really gains from the benefit of the multiple disciplines. So it's not just perpetuating the same, it's now something new and better because it's leveraged the benefits of multiple disciplines. I absolutely love that. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Miss Lindy is here. Yes, Ma'am Lindy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very interested. I find very insightful using data science. I am with the public administration, and most of our studies are based on what is happening in the government. But when we use this tool, data science, this is very interesting, and I believe is very helpful in the methods of understanding the policies and the implementation of the policies that are done in the government. So I'm very thankful that I've been invited to this activity, so that I could also share this very important information to my colleagues, that the importance of data science. Thank you very much, Doc.
Yeah, my pleasure. And thanks so much for that insight. So, public administration is so important, and, presenting the information back to the public is incredibly important. And I think that's where some of the data visualization can come in. Because if you think of, if we think of like literacy and then numeracy of the populace, it's hard for people to understand numbers. It's hard for people to understand risk the way that we think about it from a research perspective. It's hard for people to understand the meaning of differences. So the visualization to accompany that, especially if it's more public focused, public facing, I think is incredibly important. That's one of the reasons I really love data visualization. I learn science to speak with other scientists, so it's almost like a secret language that we have. But then when you're talking about something where we have to, where we want public trust in the information, then that's not speaking to other scientists, that's speaking to the public, and we have to do that very differently. And we have to use different terminology, and in many instances, we have to use different visualizations for that to show risk, to show benefit, to show harms, to show gains. So I think those are, again, wonderful benefits that can come from a data science approach, is just how we share information that's public facing, and how that has to be so different than if we're sharing it at a presentation with our colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. Okay. Do we have other questions, other insights? Thank you, Ma'am Lindy. Do we have other questions or points of reflection, insights, discoveries, even reactions, positive, negative, are welcome. If not, even if I'm sure I myself have a lot of questions, and most of us, I think, are still digesting data science. It's a large elephant to swallow. So maybe we have a few more questions, but maybe I will just collect Dr. Krishna, and we can forward those questions to you. I myself have a lot questions. We want to ask those questions. I want to ask those questions myself to you, but our time here is already 10:23 in the morning. In the US, it's 10:23 in the evening, and we
Right.
don't want to keep you and awake for a long time. So let us give Dr. Chris a heart. Thank you for staying up late.
Of course, it was my absolute pleasure to be able to spend more time with my wonderful colleagues in Xavier. So thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you,
so much,
Dr.
Chris.
Thank you,
Of
Dr.
course.
Chris. We're giving you a
Alright.
heart because yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I hope you have a wonderful rest of the conference. And then, yeah, please do, if there's any follow-up questions or if there's any way that I could be helpful in making sure that those who want it have the presentation, then please let me know. And thanks so
Yes.
much for coordinating this, Rochelle. It was fabulous to work with you and great to see you again, Dean Grace.
Same
Thank
here,
you,
Chris.
Dr.
Take
Chris.
care.
We're giving you a heart again because your expertise is on cardiovascular science.
Love it.
Okay, thank you. We
All right,
have
thank you so much.
okay, thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Take care, Chris.
Sounds
Hope to see you
good.
soon.
That sounds good. All right, take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we thank Dr. Chris for the wonderful presentation kanang kung sa Bisaya pa kay basin na pa siya no mura kog na nosebleed ani kay mura magkanang lisod kay pa siya i-digest at least from my point of view. So this our part 1 and again for our part 2 we will launch our graduate journal. Would you like to take a break or would you like us to proceed to part 2? Part 2 will be just very short. I'll just show our graduate multidisciplinary journal. Would that be okay? Can I just present na lang?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll share our PowerPoint. Thank you, Doc Grace ha. So again, thank you very much for staying. May I share this part? I'll try to do this part. This part is the launching or the first launch, the soft launch of the graduate journal. So we have been working in the last few months, in the last year, we've started to work on Xavier Ateneo Graduate Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies. So this is a journal specially for graduate students and graduate faculty. And the reason really for doing this is to provide our graduate students and our graduate faculty an institutional platform to publish your research to comply with your degree requirement. So as we already know, publication is now a requirement for most of our graduate degrees. So we want to provide a platform for you. So this is our initial launching. We will have a formal launching in our information session. So our graduate journal is called Xavier Ateneo Graduate Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies. So may I introduce our editorial board. Our editor-in-chief is Dr. Hailian R. Kiawit. She had been our faculty, and she has also been, she's a published author and also has many citations. Our editorial board includes Dr. Annalyn C. Asok of the College of Arts and Sciences. She is the assistant to the Dean for Graduate Studies. Dr. Chati Pagara, who is here, is also is a member of the editorial board of the School of Education. Dr. Hercules Cascon is the Dean of Engineering. Dr. Jerilyn B. Medalla is the newly appointed Associate Dean of the College of Agriculture, is also part of the editorial board. Dr. Meldy A. Apag is also part of the editorial board. She's the Dean of College of Computer Science. Dr. Marvin Lee of the School of Medicine, and of course, Dr. Mary Grace M. Paayas is our editorial board. Dr. Rastom Hevero of the School of Business and Management. For For the meantime, I serve as the associate editor for this first round of publication. So we thank our editorial board for their willingness to support and committed to the fruition of the graduate of the Xavier Ateneo Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies. Let us give them, our editor-in-chief, our editorial board, a heart, please. So this is our editorial board. So this is our cover. This cover has to be refined. So this is our cover. Again, the journal is called the Xavier Ateneo Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies, which serves Xavier Ateneo's mission of being a leading academic institution in the ASEAN region. So this is our cover, and if you notice, our cover reflects subtly the Xavier Chapel. So may I just show very quickly the direction of the Xavier Journal. So the direction of the journal is that by 2033, the goal is for this journal to be recognized in major academic indices and become a prominent academic publication in the ASEAN region. So the aim of the journal is to enhance scholarly work by graduate students and faculty with focus on health, sanitation, food security, sustainable technologies and environment, governance, and peace, and addressed with academic rigor and insight. So all of these research priorities we consider to be our research niches. So one of the research niche is health. So those in the programs, in the graduate programs, nursing, health and hospital management, health professions education, MA psychology, MI tech, infotech can publish in our own graduate journal. Another niche is on sanitation. So if you are in chemical engineering, MS biology, MIT, we invite you to submit your papers for publication in our own graduate journal. If you are in MS in agri-econ, biology, and also infotech, maybe food security is a niche for you. Another research niche is environment. So if you are also in MS chemistry, chemical engineering, MS bio, MIT, masters in agri-econ, this can also be a niche for you. So we invite you to publish in our journal. So if you are also, another niche is in governance. So those of us in the doctor in public administration, MPA, DBM, MBA, MIT can also publish in our graduate journal, and again, focusing on governance and management. Okay, and lastly, for peace, if you are in education, PhD education, MA Edu, and a master's in infotech and MA Psych, we are inviting you to publish your papers in our journal, of course, related to peace. So again, those are our research niches, our research priorities. We are calling for papers. So if you have a paper from your thesis, from your dissertation, your case studies, problems, special problems, we're inviting you to submit your papers for publication, but of course for review. And the due date is on September 20. We have a template. We will upload it in a bit. So the template is, we are following the format IMRAD: introduction, method, results discussion, and of course the references are included. So again, we are inviting everyone, all participants, faculty and students to submit their research works in our Xavier Ateneo Graduate Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies. So that's about all. Okay, do we have comments, suggestions on our research graduate Xavier Ateneo Graduate Journal? Okay, our time is 10 is just 10:33. So we started early because of Dr. Chris, so he can start early in the evening, there early in the morning dinhi sa ato. So if it's okay, we can end at 10:33, but may I invite everyone to come back at around 1 o'clock for the presentations of our graduate students and faculty. We only have about 8 presentations, so that should be an exciting discussion on the 8 results of their research. So would that be okay? Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lalot. Okay, so let us give everyone a heart. And if you give a heart, can I invite you again to come back at around 1 o'clock? We will open the Zoom room at 12:45. Okay, the next facilitator will be Dr. Jerilyn Medalla. Ay, photo opa di ay. Okay, so may I invite everyone? May I invite everyone to turn on their videos, please, kay magpa-picture taking sa teta. Okay. Ayun, sa nato atong mga hinapay, Mr. Fidel. Okay, thank you, Mr. Okay, thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, so again, may I invite you to come back at around 1 o'clock for the research presentations of our graduate students and also faculty. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Doc, we have 2 slides. Our first slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Second slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Done, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. We can have early
Doc
break.
Chelo.
Okay, salamat kaayo. Okay, and I hope to see you at around 1 o'clock. Jerilyn, then we'll give the virtual floor to Dr. Jerilyn. So again, mayong hapon, this is our part 3 of the Graduate Research Forum. We are only 13 in the Zoom room, and if I could explain why we did this the late part of the school year, tungod kay we were also busy with our PASCO reports. We are trying to get accredited for a self-survey for for some of our graduate programs. So medyo lang tanaulahi. But again, thank you very much for your patience and understanding. So let me just introduce your facilitator for this afternoon. Your facilitator is Dr. Jerilyn Medalla. Dr. Jerilyn is a licensed agriculturist and licensed teacher. She earned her doctorate in sustainable development studies, majoring in economic development at Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. She is a grantee of the Philippine Apex Study Center Network, PACN-TDOC, under the Thesis and Dissertation Assistance Program. She completed her Master of Science in Agricultural Economics at Hohenheim, sakto ba, Doc Je? University, Stuttgart, Germany. Sakto pa ba so far? She obtained her bachelor's degree in Agricultural Economics at Xavier University, our very own, and she's currently serving as our graduate coordinator for MS Agricultural Economics, and we congratulate her on her new assignment. She will be the next Associate Dean of the Xavier of the College of Agriculture. So let us welcome our facilitator is Dr. Jerilyn, the new Associate Dean of the College of Agriculture. Let us give her a heart. The floor is yours,
Okay.
Dr. Jerilyn.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc Chilo. No? Yeah, let me share my slide. Where's my slide here? Okay, I think this is the one, the right one. Can you see my slide, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, Doc. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Graduate Research Presentation segment of our Graduate Research Forum. Today, we gather to celebrate and share the hard work and dedication of our graduate researchers. This session aims to highlight innovative research, foster interdisciplinary collaboration, and inspire us
all to pursue excellence in our academic endeavors. So our main objectives today are to present and discuss cutting-edge research conducted by our graduate students, and then encourage meaningful dialogue and feedback on these research projects, and promote a culture of scholarly excellence and ethical research practices. So I think Doc Cello already introduced myself, so no need to introduce. So before we formally start, may I request everyone to settle down, and we will have a short prayer. For Catholics, let us make the sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. All together, Heavenly Father, we gather this afternoon with grateful hearts, seeking your blessing upon our graduate research presentations. We thank you for the gift of knowledge and the opportunity to explore and share our research. Guide our presenters as they share their insights and discoveries, filling them with confidence and clarity. Grant us the wisdom to discern the truths within their work, and the humility to appreciate the efforts of each contributor. May this forum foster collaboration, inspire innovation, and promote ethical practices in all our endeavors. We ask for your presence to be with us, ensuring that our discussions are thoughtful and respectful. May the knowledge of shared today serve to be better our communities, uphold justice, and advance the common good. Bless our participants, organizers, and all those who have made this event possible. We offer this day to you, trusting in your guidance and grace. Amen. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So before we proceed, let me share the general guidelines for this afternoon's presentation. So for the presenters, please ensure that your presentation is within the allocated time of 15 minutes. Clearly articulate your research objectives, methods, findings, and conclusions. Engage the audience with visual aids and concise explanation. And then be prepared for the question and answer session following your presentations. We will have our open forum right after all the presentations. So for the audience, please mute your microphones during presentations to avoid any disruptions. Then note down any questions or comments you may have and save them for the Q&A sessions later. Be respectful and constructive in your feedback. Lastly, participate actively in the discussions to foster a collaborative learning environment. Okay, so good afternoon once again. We have an exciting lined up of presentation today. I will introduce each author and their paper title before inviting them to present their work. So for our first presenter, she is Miss Yani Lynn Artianza. She will be presenting her research titled Technology and Livelihood Education Specialization Recommenders System for Junior High School Students of Bukidnon National High School. Ms. Atienza, please proceed with your presentation. Ma'am, are you there?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Go
I will
ahead.
now
I will stop this
share
now.
my presentation.
Okay.
Okay, can you confirm, ma'am, if my presentation is visible?
Yeah, we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, hello everyone. A pleasant afternoon. I am the first presenter of this afternoon's research presentation. And yes, I am very, very nervous right now. So please bear with me. Okay, by the way, I am again Miss Penilyn Artianza. My status is not yet updated, but I am already married. So I am currently Penilyn Arazo. And my paper is entitled Technology and Livelihood Education, TLE Specialization Recommender System for Junior High School Students of Bukidnon National High School. Okay, so this study is about the design and development of a TLE specialization recommender system for junior high school students of Bukidnon National High School. When you say recommender system, a system is a computer software or an application that lets the student take a computerized exam, and then it will recommend a TLE specialization or TLE subject based from the scores. This is just like the NCAI or the National Career Assessment Examination, where it provides also a career guidance. And another example of, aside from the NCAI, we also have the scope of STI, if you are familiar. It is the STI Students Career Opportunity and Personality Evaluator. So those systems or application are some of the bases of my study. Okay, so in particular, this is designed for the grade 9 students taking TLE specialization subjects. The curriculum offers different specialized programs in TLE. So currently they offer ICT, SMAU, dressmaking, cookery, automotive, electricity, agriculture, and agri-crafts. So the system was designed and implemented for the TLE curriculum enrollment process to reduce the problems associated with the manual procedure of selecting TLE specialization made by the student. Okay, so the curriculum conducted manual qualifying test, and those strategies often leads to inaccurate and delayed results due to the manual system's limitations. So the students struggle with uncertainties when selecting specialized TLE subjects or specialization. Okay, so in response to these challenges, this project endeavors to design and develop a TLE specialization recommender system tailored again for grade 9 students of Bukidnon National High School. So rooted in the input process output paradigm, this initiative seeks to provide students with a comprehensive assessment tool, enabling them to make an informed decision about their TLE specializations. Okay, so this is the general objective of the study, again, to design and develop the TLE specialization recommender system for junior high school students of Bukidnon National High School. These are the specific objectives. So to develop the TLE specialization recommender system that will allow the student to take 2 sets of tests efficiently and get the result in a short time. It also recommends to the student the specialization they can take based on the test result. It also interprets the test results accurately. And lastly, it can generate printable reports needed by the curriculum for academic procedures. These are the methodology of the study. So the researcher utilized the agile SDLC model in developing the system. So as you can see in the figure, this is the agile iterative model of SDLC approach. SDLC means software development life cycle approach. So this is the common approach that we use when we develop systems, applications, or computer softwares in MIT or computer studies. So in this study, I will shortly discuss the meaning of the diagram or the figure. So in this study, when you say iteration, it is a repetition of process. So during the planning phase, I mean the study last 2 to 3 months, Human, and it started from planning, requirements gathering, designing, development, testing, and another iteration. So from deployment, from analysis, designing, development, testing, and deployment. In the planning phase, the review of the implementation of a TLE specialization recommender system was conducted to validate its feasibility. A letter of intent was forwarded to the superintendent and the principal to make an agreement between the researcher and the client for the requirements gathering, testing, and implementation of the system. In requirements gathering, the researcher do a series of interviews using a set of guide questions. This leads to defining the requirements of the system. And the school guidance office was also interviewed regarding the implementation process of the NCAI, or the National Career Assessment Examination, which is again one of the bases of the current study. And the curriculum or TLE department teachers have a group discussion to address the issues and problems encountered by the students during the selection of their specialization. And the curriculum teachers also are the contributors to the test questions per specialization. And lastly, another focus group discussion of selected ICT teachers who will answer a questionnaire, and the data from their answers will be used to support the study and gather information on how the test will be designed and how the scores will be interpreted. Okay, during the analysis and design phase, in this phase, it involves conceptualizing, creating a database, and designing an interface using UML diagrams. So in analysis and design phase, we have conceptual design, database design, and interface design. So in conceptual design, we have the context level data flow diagram. So this diagram shows how the system or the recommender system works. Another conceptual design, this is called the use case diagram. So as you can see, it is presented to further explain the responsibilities and functions of each user. So sa system manggod ako, there are only two user. So si admin and si students or ang examiner. Okay, the database design. Okay, so this is the diagram for the database design. When you say database, it is where the data is stored. So for example, the user admin will input information of the students. The database will be responsible of handling those data. So yeah, my study involves data analytics or data science, which is somehow related to the topic earlier this morning. And since the recommender system will need to accommodate more than thousands of examiners, so this comprises a massive data. Okay, another design. This is the interface design. So this flowchart will show the activities of the users. And lastly, in the design phase, we have the hi-fi design. So in hi-fi design, this is the actual illustration, or this is the actual phase of the website or the system. So nagbutang lang kog example here. So this is the homepage or the dashboard of the admin. So sa admin homepage or dashboard, the admin will be able to view the result of the exam. So he or she can view the examiner name, what TLE specialization that is recommended and kanus ang date na taken. And for the student dashboard or homepage, so this is how it looks like. When he or she click the My Courses, that's the time he can start to take the 2 sets of exams or tests. Okay, another methodology in the development phase, the system will be constructed using the 3-tier model, which is composed of 3 layers. We have the presentation layer, application layer, and the database layer. Okay, so in the presentation layer, it is established as the initial layer. It is built using a model. So in my system, there is a model integration so that I will not be starting from scratch. So if you're familiar with model, I think a model is an open source learning management system. I am not sure if katong LMS sa Xavier is a model integration, but I think so. It's a model integration. So the source code was customized to align with the required system functionalities. PHP in the application tier or layer, PHP and web scripting language were utilized in the application tier, and MySQL and MySQL database serve as the data repository for the database layer. Okay, this is the algorithm or the procedure of the specialization recommendation. So the number of items, the course recommendations were generated based on the results of both skill test and personality test. As what I've said earlier, there are 2 sets of tests, the skill test and the personality test. So the exam grade was determined by the score achieved in the 160 to 200 items test or 20 items per specialization. So the number of items will differ each year depends on the availability of the subject or the specialization. The Holland Code REASEC model underpins the structure of the personality test. So when you say Holland Code REASEC model, so this is the personality test is based from this model, Holland Code REASEC model. So REASEC stands for R, realistic, I, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. So these are the personality under the Holland Code REASEC model. Excuse me. Okay, the next table shows the personality under the REASEC model and its corresponding TLE specialization. So the matching of the TLE specialization and the personality code or the Holland Code is based on an assumption. So we conduct a group discussion about this one. So we just link and match unsay personality na related sa agricrafts, sa automotive, carpentry, and so on. So for agricrafts, for example, ang iyang characteristic is naa sa ECI, so under enterprising, conventional, and investigative. Okay, so again, going back to the algorithm or the procedure, giun sa came up sa recommendation. So each personality type identified within the Holland Code REASEC model was matched with one or more TLE specialization offered by the school. The matching of the personality and specialization was discussed and reviewed by a group of TLE subject teachers. The focus group discussion focus on the 10 specialization offered and map out the personality that correspond to each specialization. So the mapping was based on the characteristics that a specialization possesses. Okay, here in testing and evaluation procedure, Okay, so the functionality, in order to assess the system's functionality, time efficiency, and usability, both functionality and usability testing were carried out. So functionality testing includes testing the following main functions. So si admin and si student user, ilan yung gibuhat tanan na mga functions during the testing and evaluation phase. Okay, so the testing will be exclusive for Bukidnon National High School, junior high students, and the admins and will involve 5 students who will participate in the test and work 1 curriculum head and 1 ICT teacher. So participants were selected using random sampling to ensure that each member of the population had an equal chance of being included in the sample. Of course, this method was chosen to minimize bias and increase the generalizability of the findings. Okay, the functionality. A test plan was devised to outline the testing procedure, and also there is a designated timekeeper to record the time from the start to finish. And upon finishing the exercises, each participant was invited to fill out a questionnaire. So this is the testing instrument. We have the functionality evaluation instrument and also the usability evaluation instrument. So these are the following ethical consideration of the study. And the results of the study is okay, so I think nagsobrang ako sa time. Okay, so this is the interpreted result of the study. So it shows the overall usability evaluation result of the TLE recommender system. As presented in the table, the usability score of the system is 83. And based on the SOS score interpretation presented in the table, the score has equivalent grade of A with an excellent rating and was perceived to be acceptable by most user. So this is the time difference using the manual and the recommender system. So as you can see, mas paspas gyud ang recommender system. And as a summary, the development, testing, and evaluation of the TLE recommender system were completed satisfactorily, and the system is capable of quickly and precisely providing test outcomes. And the head of the department and teachers can review and generate reports of the results. And also, the students can easily, conveniently review the specialization recommended to them. As a conclusion, the TLA recommender system demonstrates significant time-saving advantage. It also met the required standards and were deemed fully operational. And lastly, the usability test indicated that most users did not perceive significant inefficiencies regarding data validity and consistency across reports. And for future enhancement of the study, so the department head suggested for the enhancement of the system's reporting summary. And lastly, he also recommend that the system can also be implemented online as suggested because it would be so much better to minimize the requirement that the students be in the school to take the test. Okay, that's the end of my presentations. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, yeah. Okay, may I share my slide, ma'am? Thank you so much, no, Ma'am Penny. So thank you so much, no, for sharing important insights, no, or results of your study that would eventually help, no, in selecting the most maybe suitable specialization, no, for TLE. I would like to share my slide. Pwede ba ni siya? Okay, it's here. Okay. So for our next presenter, it is a collaborative what is this? Collaborative effort, no, by Angel May San and Kyle. Am I right? Kyle, Erica, Shane, Pinayal. They will be presenting their study titled A Qualitative Study into the Experiences and Motivation of Filipino Healthcare Professionals in pre- and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Angel May and Kyle or Kyle, you may begin your presentation.
Di pa rin ko
I will stop this one. Okay. What is this? Can you now share your slide, ma'am?
Yes po.
Is that sharing? Ay, sa me, ay... Maka-share ka, ma'am? Akala ko.
Hello, yes po.
Yes po.
We are sharing the slides.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, you may begin now.
All right, thank you, Miss. A pleasant afternoon to the speakers and the guests for today's Graduate Research Forum. To begin, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Kale Nayal, and joined with me on this presentation is my co-researcher, Angel Bukisan. We are Masters in Psychology students with an emphasis in clinical psychology. Our paper that we're presenting in this forum is entitled A Qualitative Study into the Experiences and Motivation of Filipino Healthcare Professionals in Pre- and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. As a short introduction to our paper, healthcare workers play an essential role in our modern society, specifically our Filipino healthcare workers. They are the ones who have provided direct medical care, such as the doctors or nurses, and indirect care, such as those working as aides, assistants, and laboratory technicians, among others. I believe the presentation is presented. Is everyone able to see the slides on screen?
I don't see it.
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
What
it's not
I
here
have
as
are
well.
is the Graduate Research Forum parallel sessions attendance sheet. That's what's
Yeah.
I see. Okay. I think there are two slides that have been presented po. This is from Miss Piani Lins and ours from Angel May po.
Ma'am Artianza, please stop sharing.
Yeah, this is her slide.
yeah.
All right. For a moment, we are presenting our slides again.
Okay, there you go.
All right, thank you. Yes, again, our presentation here, the paper we're presenting is a qualitative study into the experiences and motivation of Filipino healthcare professionals in pre- and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. As a short introduction to our paper, healthcare workers play an essential role in our modern society. Specifically, we are focusing on the Filipino healthcare workers who provide both the direct medical care, such as our doctors and nurses, and those who also provide indirect care, including those who are working as aides, assistants, and laboratory technicians, among others. The tasks they face bring forth a diversity of challenges that test their motivation to continue pursuing their chosen profession. And the oversaturation and shortage of these frontline healthcare workers poses a great risk to the global healthcare systems. The purpose of our study was to examine the gap in the perspective of Filipino healthcare workers regarding two specific aspects. We focus on the challenges they are facing in their line of work and the extrinsic and intrinsic motivation factors that motivate them to continue working in their chosen practice amidst all of these challenges. With this, our paper aims to expand the present terminology of a healthcare worker to include other titles who qualify under this profession. This includes the medical technologist, the pharmacist, dentists, social workers, dietitians, phlebotomists, dental assistants, among others. We also do aim to provide a resource for policymakers in both public and private institutions to further develop strategies to boost the workers' motivation. And finally, we offer insight for future professionals to reflect on their motivations before pursuing a career into the field. Our study's theoretical framework is grounded on the self-determination theory by Ryan and Deci. We focus on examining the areas of motivation, both the intrinsic and extrinsic factors. As a guideline, we use the continuum of the motivation types in the self-determination theory to guide in the interpretation of a qualitative analysis. A qualitative research design was adapted in this study. Our participants were 40 healthcare workers from various organizations in the Philippines, specifically those from Cagayan de Oro City, Mindanao. To gather our participants, we utilized advertisement posts that were disseminated on social media platforms following an inclusion criterion. Voluntary participants were then sent a link along with the online informed consent form and questions from our qualitative survey that was conducted through Google Forms. Our list of qualitative questions are among the following that is presented on this slide. The questions here are asked, they were asked to clarify the experiences and to further explore on their unique challenges and motivations for pursuing their field. Thematic analysis was then used to identify the themes and patterns along with the qualitative data. The analysis of motivation follows a deductive approach as we utilized our theoretical framework for this, while the challenges faced by the healthcare workers takes an inductive approach, allowing for more flexibility in the analysis. The results of our study takes three separate tables. For the first table, this focuses on the challenges encountered by healthcare workers. The results from our analysis shows sub-themes of workload challenges. The lack of supplies and essential resources in hospital facilities are among those that hinder our Filipino healthcare workers from delivering the highest quality of healthcare service. A discrepancy is also notable as one of the primary challenges in the excessive workload paired with the inadequate financial compensation. Understaffing has also been quite common in the field, thus the healthcare staff to patient ratio remains unbalanced. Furthermore, in an environment that seeks efficiency in performing their duties, conflicts among colleagues may also arise. This is especially due to the distinct individual differences in personalities. Additionally, the forms of changes in the workplace environment, such as the location of an area of assignment, have an impact on punctuality and, of course, the overall disposition for the healthcare provider during that workday. Adjustments as well to the new protocols due to the COVID-19 pandemic have increased further responsibilities in providing patient care. Finally, the experiences of patient interaction, specifically in dealing with diverse attitudes, pose a challenge in fostering effective communication. As a challenge to provide a standard to the quality of medical services, increasing the overall competency of a healthcare worker must be established. So now let me call on my co-researcher, Ms. Angel, to provide us with the succeeding results and discussion of our study.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Gail. And for this part, we are going to discuss the extrinsic motivation that is found in our study. So in this one, there is the extrinsic and intrinsic motivations that fuel healthcare workers to continue their profession despite the said challenges. The findings illustrate that one of the reasons they chose this profession was based on societal and family expectations. There is also the need for stability and respect in their chosen careers, which were important motivators. Moreover, job security and financial stability are crucial. When the pandemic heightened the importance of stable jobs and better benefits, financial opportunities, and job security became a key motivator for some healthcare workers. There is also the need for recognition and respect from society and the colleagues, which boosts their motivation. Obtained family traditions and societal appreciation may also play a significant role in choosing to stay in their career. Additionally, a supportive workplace culture with teamwork and camaraderie creates good relationships with colleagues that contribute to their job satisfaction. Despite challenges, some healthcare workers still feel a strong sense of responsibility towards patient care. External recognition and patient appreciation drive their commitment. There is also healthcare workers who are motivated by sharing their knowledge. These positive impact on the community and external validation encourage them to continue their learning. And lastly, there's also healthcare professionals who internalize the impact of their work on the community. This strengthens their sense of purpose and commitment to community health. Moving forward, we have the intrinsic motivation, which is the powerful force that drives healthcare professionals to pursue their careers with passion and dedication. They are driven by passion and calling. These healthcare workers often view their works as fulfilling a lifelong dream or calling. Their deep commitment stems from a genuine desire to help others and make a positive impact on their lives. There's also healthcare workers who exhibit strong empathy towards underserved communities, finding fulfillment in improving healthcare access and outcomes for those in need. And some healthcare workers also strive to continue learning and growth. So this one is they actively seek opportunities to enhance their skills and knowledge. This commitment enables them to provide better care and adapt new challenges effectively. Lastly, they are driven by global career aspirations. Many healthcare professionals aspire to work internationally, seeking broader career opportunities and personal growth. They are motivated by the desire for new challenges and experiences that can advance their careers on the global scale. On this part, we will discuss different challenges as well as the well-being of our healthcare workers. Overall, as researchers, we have found that one of the most pressing issues of our healthcare workers is understaffing. Healthcare facilities often struggle with inadequate staffing levels, which significantly impacts the delivery of the medical services. These challenge compromises efficacy and patient care quality. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbate existing challenges in healthcare. It intensifies workload, increased risk, and heightened emotional and physical stress among healthcare workers. Unfortunately, the aftermath continues to affect their well-being and job satisfaction. Moving on to motivation factors, we recognize both intrinsic and extrinsic motivators. For intrinsic factors such as compassion and personal calling to serve, drive healthcare professionals to make positive impact on the community health, while in extrinsic factors like recognition, respect, and supportive workplace cultures also play crucial roles in enhancing motivation and job satisfaction. Despite their dedication, the study has found that the healthcare workers face significant well-being challenges. Burnout, stress, and declining physical health are prevalent due to the demand nature of their roles and the added pressure of the pandemic. There was also fear of infecting loved ones that further compounds these challenges. We also have these practical implications. First, the policy adjustments are essential to address the under-evaluation of healthcare professionals. This includes improving compensation, enhancing workplace support system, and prioritizing mental health initiatives. Additionally, investing in ongoing training and career development can foster a more resilient and effective healthcare workforce. It's important to acknowledge the limitations of our study. Our research focused on specific sample size indication, which is we only have small size of 40 participants, and we only focused on Cagayan de Oro City, Mindanao. Our research focused on this, which may limit the generalizability of our findings. Further studies should aim for broader and more diverse samples to provide a comprehensive understanding of healthcare professionals' experience across different settings. In conclusion, it's crucial to recognize and support the diverse motivations of healthcare professionals. This includes both intrinsic passion for their work and intrinsic passion factors that fair pay and supportive workplaces. Policymakers should also adopt a holistic approach. This means improving pay, offering growth opportunities, and creating better work environments to keep healthcare workers motivated and satisfied. By addressing these factors, we can build a resilient healthcare workforce that is also approach and acknowledges the complexity of their roles and ensures they feel valued and supported. Let's advocate these policies that prioritize the well-being and motivation of our healthcare professionals. Together, we can create a workforce that's ready to meet challenges ahead. Thank you for your attention. This is all for our study. Again, this is a qualitative study with experiences and motivation of Filipino healthcare professionals in pre and post COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, thank you so much, no, Miss Kale and Angel, no, for sharing the significant results. This provides deep insights, no, into other challenges and changes, no, experienced by health workers during the pandemic. So for our next presenter, I'd like to share this one. Yeah. Next we have Krisha June A. Burgos, who will present her research titled Unemployment and Economic Growth. Does Ocon's Law apply to Northern Mindanao, Philippines? Krisha, are you there? The floor is yours.
Yes, Doc Geraldine, thank you very much for the introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible po?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So once again, my name is Krisha June A. Burgos, and I am under the MA Economics I'm department. So the title of my paper is Unemployment and Economic Growth. Does Ocon's Law apply to Northern Mindanao, Philippines? So the primary goal of government is economic growth, which is an indicator of welfare, quality of the living of standard of living, and poverty reduction. This is according to Jazine and his company in 2021. Furthermore, according to Halin, economic growth is defined as an increase in gross domestic product. According to Crais, on the other hand, the perspective that growth rate of GDP directly affects employment is a widely accepted view. And according to Ocon's Law in 1962, there is an inverse or negative relationship between unemployment and economic growth. And the law predicts that a 1% increase in unemployment will usually be associated with a 3% decrease in the gross domestic product, or the GDP. There is a previous study done by Galvez and Bulayog on Ocon's Law in the Philippines during the period 1989 to 2004, and their study reveals that there is indeed empirical evidence that shows the relevance of Ucon's law in the country. Specifically, it revealed that in the long run, a 1% increase in the gross domestic product is correlated with a decrease in unemployment by 0.7%. And on the other hand, in the short-run analysis, it showed that 1% increase in GDP results to a 0.95% reduction in unemployment. So just to give you a quick, just to give you a quick idea on the data in the Philippines and northern Mindanao in 2003 and 2021. In 2003, the unemployment rate in the Philippines was 11.4, and the GDP growth rate rather is 5.1%. Fast forward to many years after, the unemployment rate in the country fell down to 7.8%, and the growth rate of the GDP grew to 5.7%. In northern Mindanao, on the other hand, in 2003, the unemployment rate was 7.8, and the GRDP, or the gross regional domestic product, growth rate was at 6.6%. And in 2021, 18 years after, the unemployment rate went down to 4.9%, and the gross regional domestic product growth rate was at 6.3%. It went down as well. Considering the Ucon's law, we would assume that the relationship is inverse, and we will know that here later on in my presentation. Earlier studies also investigated the relationship between economic growth and unemployment on a country level. There are various studies about this. However, none of these studies examined the relationship of economic growth and unemployment in the regional level. With this study aims to provide empirical evidence on the relationship between economic growth and unemployment in northern Mindanao for the period 2001 to 2021. And empirical evidence on the relationship of economic growth with unemployment, along with two other variables included in the study, which are inflation rate and government spending, may provide and may contribute to the existing knowledge on Ucon's law in the regional level. And also, I hope that through this study, this may help policymakers and future researchers understand how improvements and innovations connected to these three variables can impact the growth of the regional economy and the country ultimately. So this is the framework of my study. So this study hypothesizes that there is a negative relationship between unemployment and economic growth as predicted by Ucon's law. And this also hypothesizes that there is a positive relationship between inflation rate and economic growth, where an increase in inflation rate will also increase the GDP. And lastly, this paper, or my study, hypothesizes that the relationship between government spending and economic growth is negative. And this is the empirical framework of my study, where the gross regional domestic product is equivalent to beta 1 unemployment plus beta 2 inflation and minus beta 3 government expenditure and the error term, where I is representing the region 10 and betas 1, 2, and 3 are the coefficients of the explanatory variables, and E is the error term. And there is a priori expectation that beta 1 and beta 2 are less than 0, and beta 3 and beta 2 is greater than 0. In terms of the methods in my study, so this study uses a quantitative research approach because it best captures the purpose of and objectives of the study. Furthermore, in terms of the quantitative research methodology, this uses data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, and the data that were analyzed are economic growth, or particularly gross regional domestic product growth rate, unemployment rate, inflation rate, and final government consumption expenditure during the period 2001 to 2021. And also, in this study, I conducted an analysis to describe the trend of these variables and also to test their relationships to the GDP. rather GRDP. And in terms of the research setting, so this study focuses on Northern Mindanao in the Philippines. And Northern Mindanao is a vastly expanding region in the country, and it contributes to around 4.7% in the GDP, as reported in the Regional Social and Economic Trends 2023, and also the agricultural fields and soils of the region makes it a potential leading agricultural hub in the country in the future. And also the maritime trade is potentially growing, and also all the competitive advantages of the country, making this research setting a good venue for the research. As for the data and data sources, so all of the data in the study were gathered from the Philippine Statistics Authority. So these are the summary of the variables, and all are from 2001 to 2021. So economic growth, we are using the gross regional domestic product growth rate at constant prices, and then unemployment rate for unemployment, inflation rate, 2018 is equals to 100 as the basis for the inflation, and then government final consumption expenditure growth rate as at constant prices for government spending. And in terms of the data analysis, so the variables were analyzed using descriptive analysis to answer objective 1 and regression analysis to answer objective 2. And the regression analysis section of the paper shows the ordinary least square method, which was used to identify the relationship between the variables. And in order to get the final estimation of this study, various tests were performed using Stata. And also, to get to the final estimation of the paper, the Gauss-Markov assumptions or conditions were also considered. And the study looked at the presence of multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity, and serial correlation to arrive at the best linear unbiased estimator for this research. And based on the analysis that were conducted using Stata, the descriptive statistics of the variables is as follows. So it could be seen that the GRDP of Northern Mindanao fluctuates more often within the covered years, as can be shown by its standard deviation, which is pretty high and pretty far from zero. So it's farther from the mean. And then unemployment and inflation also varied often during the period of the study, as evidenced by their standard deviation results. And among all of the variables included in the study, the government expenditure appeared to be the most volatile among all of them during the period 2001 to 2021, with a standard deviation of 4.99. So this is very far from the mean, which is 0. And in terms of the trends of the variables in the study, so this is like a quick recap of the variables. So for GRDP, its highest was in 2002, and its lowest was in 2020. And its highest could be because of the growth that the country was experiencing after the post-Asian crisis, and the lowest in 2020, which could be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of unemployment, the highest was in 2001 with 8.2%, and this could be attributed to the political challenges experienced by the country during that period. And then the lowest unemployment was in 2018 with 4.1. And in terms of inflation, the highest felt in the country so far during this period only was in 10.6 and could be attributed to the global financial crisis. And the lowest was in 2015. This was the lowest since 1986, which was at 1.7% only. This could be because of the global easing price pressures of fuel and commodity products. And then for government spending, the highest recorded during this period was in 2019 at 18.6. This could be attributed to the Build, Build, Build project, and then the lowest was in 2000 at 0.5%. In terms of the relationship, we could say that there is a negative relationship between unemployment and economic growth, but the result is statistically not significant based on its p-values. The same for government expenditure and gross regional domestic product. It's also negative, but statistically not significant. And then for inflation and gross regional domestic product, it's positive. However, it's also not significant as evidenced by the significance level result. And also, it could be said that unemployment, inflation, and government expenditures during the period 2001 to 2021 explain 5.66% of the gross regional domestic product of the region. In conclusion, the results of the study reveal that Ukun's law does not apply at the regional level, at least in northern Mindanao during the period. And this could be supported by the results of other previous studies that also show a negative result in the coefficient, but statistically significant. However, among all of these, the most similar result is with Dankumu et al., who conducted a study in Nigeria and who also tried to verify Ukun's law there. And the result was negative but statistically not significant relationship. And the findings revealed that the relationship between unemployment and economic growth in northern Mindanao during the period is negative, but statistically not significant. And this could imply that unemployment did not have a significant impact on economic growth in northern Mindanao during the period. And similar to inflation and government expenditures, where they did not have that much impact as well on the gross regional domestic product of the region. As some recommendations, first, the researchers suggest for the government to pursue economic diversification policies to create employment opportunities and promote economic growth. And regardless of the level of statistical significance of the relationships, the creation and availability of jobs will help in the reduction of unemployment rate, with the consideration of generating jobs that are aligned with the various skill sets of the workforce. And then second, following a finding of a negative but statistically not significant relationship between economic growth and government spending, the researcher recommends for the government to seek and implement approaches that will ensure the effective and efficient utilization of the allocated budget for each area of support, and this may likely result to easier determination of gross contributing expenditures for a more impactful government spending. And lastly, for future researches similar to this study, the researchers may look into increasing the number of years in the study and also adding other control variables and using other estimation techniques to capture a better understanding of the relationship between economic growth and unemployment in northern Mindanao and in other regional economies. So that would be all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ms. Krisha, for this informative results. Actually studying the relationship between unemployment and economic growth here in northern Mindanao through the lens of Ukun's law is very crucial, as it helps policymakers understand whether the changes in unemployment rates have a significant impact on the region's economic growth, providing a basis for targeted economic policies and job creation strategies. So, for our next presenter, I would like to share my slide again. Okay. So, our fourth presenter is Ms. Thea Cambare. She will discuss her study titled The Level of Knowledge of BSMA Students to Engage as Tax Practitioners. Thea, please go ahead with your presentation.
Fidel Cambare po, Doc. Good afternoon. Nateya po.
Okay. Ay, sorry.
Yeah. That was corrected.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you po.
Sorry. Thank you.
Allow me to share my screen. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Doc, and to all our participants. And thank you for gracing this occasion. So today, I will be discussing my capstone project entitled Management Accounting Students as Taxation Practitioners After Graduation. As introduction, tax practice in the Philippines is a regulated activity or practice of profession according to Section 6G of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, or our tax code provides that the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, or our CIR, has the power to accredit and register individuals who prepare and file tax returns. That is also according to BIR Revenue Regulations number 11-2006 as amended by Revenue Regulations number 4-2010 and Revenue Regulations number 14-2010. In relation to that, Section 6.3 of the CHED Memorandum Order number 28 series of 2017, one of the Bachelor of Science in Management Accounting's program outcomes is to resolve business issues and problems related to taxation, among others. So the BSME students have accounting or taxation subjects of at least 18 units, which means that they possess the minimum educational qualification required to engage as taxation practitioners. So the objective of this study is to determine the Bachelor of Science in Management Accounting students' engagement as taxation practitioners after graduation, focusing on the following areas. We have individual income taxation filing process, individual income taxation payment process, individual income taxation BIR form number 1701, annual income tax return for individuals, including mixed income earner, estates and trusts, and the individual income tax rates. Second is to determine their level of self-assessment to engage as tax practitioners. And then third, their suggestions as the areas that need improvement to better prepare their level of knowledge to engage as taxation practitioners after graduation. So the methodology of this study, the researcher used the descriptive quantitative research design. The researcher employed test type and survey type questionnaires. Also, a focus group discussion with students and instructors were conducted, and the research locale or setting of the study was the School of Business and Management of a higher education institution located in Cagayan de Oro City. The respondents of the study were the graduating BSME students for school year 2023-2024. There were a total of 76 students. So this is now the result of the test type and the survey type questionnaires. For the level of knowledge of management accounting students, for problem 1, what is the student's level of knowledge in the following areas? For individual income taxation filing process, 96% passed in the test type questionnaire, while only 4% failed. For the individual income taxation payment process, 83% passed and 17% failed. For individual income taxation BIR form number 1701, which is the annual income tax return for individuals including mixed income earner, estates and trusts, 97% passed while 3% failed. For individual income tax rates, 82% passed and 18% failed. Among these areas, individual income taxation payment process and the individual income tax rates resulted to a higher failed rating of 17 and 18% respectively. As to performance rating per students, 17 out of 76 students got an excellent mark using the higher education grade scoring. That's within the score range of 92 to 100%. And then nobody got a very good rating of between 84 to 91.99%, while most of them got a good mark of 76 to 83.99%. That's 41% of the total respondent. And then 68% to 75.99%, there were 17 of them, or 22%. For those who got satisfactory mark of 60 to 67.99%, there were 5, or a total of 7% of respondents. And then for those who barely passed the test, 50 to 59.99%, of the 76 respondents, 3, that's 4%, and there were a total of 3 who failed or who got a score of below 50. That's 4% of the total respondents. The students' level of self-assessment following the same areas, we have individual income taxation filing process, individual income taxation payment process, individual income taxation BIF Form 1701, and individual income tax rates. So most of them strongly agreed that they are ready with their self-assessment, because majority of them either strongly agreed or agreed in the self-assessment section of the questioning. For the summary, for those who strongly agreed, that 16 out of 76, or 21% of the total respondents. For those who agreed, 54 out of 76, or 71%, while only 6 or 8% disagreed. And then for the summary of the students' level of self-assessment, notable there, who got the highest mean was that they know the deadline for filing, that's 3.43%, or within the very knowledgeable descriptive equivalent. While the rest of the areas, I know the filing process, I know where to file the income tax return, I know how to fill in the BIR Form 1701, I know the payment process, I know how to fill in the BIR Form number 1701 and pay it, I know the deadline for payment, and to accomplish the individual income taxation BIR form, and I know the individual income tax rates are within the descriptive equivalent of knowledgeable. For the third area, what the students suggests as the area for improvement. So for individual income taxation filing process, a majority answered agreed. And then for individual income taxation payment process, 47% agreed. And while 37% strongly disagreed, and only 14% disagreed, while 1% strongly disagreed. For individual income taxation BIR Form 1701, majority of them answered within the strongly agreed and agreed. So per question there, for those who strongly agreed, that's 30% of the total respondents. And then for those who agreed, 45%, while disagreed, 8 out of 76, or 11%. And then among the areas that they suggested for improvement, all of those got a high level of need for improvement or concentration. And the highest there was how to fill in the BIR Form number 1701 with 3.36 mean. Next, we have how to fill in the BIR Form 1701 and pay it with 3.33, and with the same mean to know how to accomplish the individual income taxation BIR Form 1701 with 3.33, and to know and familiarize the individual income tax rates, 3.32 mean. So in summary, for problem 1, the level of knowledge, 73 out of 76, or 96% passed the test, with only 3 out of 76, or 4% failed. So this means that they have the basic knowledge on the areas considered in the study. However, part of the results showed that students are not that familiar with the provisions dealing with the individual income taxation payment processes, as shown in the result earlier. For problem 2, their self-assessment, it can be said that the students have a positive outlook on their self-assessment and on their level of knowledge to become tax practitioners in the future after graduation, as it generated more than half of them who strongly agreed in their self-assessment. For problem 3, as to what areas they suggest that should be improved to better prepare them as tax practitioners in the future, again, highest of the following areas are how to fill in the BIR form number 1701, how to fill in the BIR form and pay it, to know how to accomplish the individual income taxation BIR form, income tax return for individual income taxpayers, and then to know and familiarize the individual income tax rates, the payment process, the filing process. So overall, the students agreed to give focus on those areas as most of them answered at the high level of need for improvement. So in conclusion, the students have the basic knowledge in taxation. However, they are not that familiar with the provisions dealing with the individual income taxation payment process, which is, by the way, a very important part of becoming a taxation practitioner. The results show that they have a positive self-assessment in engaging as taxation practitioners in the future. And then the students suggested the improvement of the following areas to prepare them to become tax practitioners. Again, how to fill in the BIR form number 1701 and pay it, to know how to accomplish the same form, to know and familiarize the individual income tax rates, the payment process, and the filing process. So as a recommendation for the department handling the Bachelor of Science in Management accounting program, to constantly conduct the curriculum and instructional material review and development of the program to assess what areas need improvement. Second, to enter into an agreement probably with the BIR for the internship program that's also in compliance to the requirements of CHED Memorandum Order number 28 series of 2017 in order to immerse students in the taxation field. Third, to provide students with career orientation. It could be done during their first year or before they graduate, on what are the different professional works available for the BSME program, including becoming a tax practitioner, in order to provide them with ideas on what areas to focus or what field in the professional area they should focus. Immersion or practical inputs to engage students to get interested or acquainted with the different workplaces, whether government or private, including in the private sector, are our tax practitioners. To boost students' drive for independent study on the different work opportunities or career development available for the BSME program, including becoming a tax practitioner, so that students will engage or get familiarized with the available BIR systems, to be engaged in keeping themselves posted for enacted taxation laws, rules, and regulations, so that they will also constantly learn the filing and the payment processes as it can change brought about by process engineering and ease of doing business requirements as mandated by our legislatures. And to do practical exercises, especially in how to properly fill out BIR forms. And then next is to include in the syllabus or class activities practical exercises or simulation involving filing and payment processes, and then introduce related or applicable BIR forms, how to accomplish them, their applicability, proper computation, deadlines, process of submission, and office where to submit the same. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Once again, I am Fidel M. Cambari, a Master in Business Administration student. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Cambare. No, this study is important, no, as it informs educational institutions, right, about necessary enhancements in their programs, ultimately contributing to a higher standard, no, of tax practice and compliance in the industry. Okay, so let's proceed now to our next presenter. So our next presenter is Ms. Aline Cristia I. Garcia will share her research titled The Lived Experiences of COVID-19 Survivors. Ms. Cristia, you may now present your findings.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I will share my slide. Is it? Can it be seen or not?
Not. Walay slide.
Right. Okay. How about that, ma'am?
Yes, okay na.
Okay.
Nawala.
Okay.
Or is it? Nawala ang slide, ma'am.
How about that, ma'am?
There's no slide yet.
Okay. Hi. How about that, ma'am? Sorry. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, we see your slide.
Okay. Okay. I will start now. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting my research on the lived experiences of COVID-19 survivors. COVID-19 pandemic has affected millions worldwide, and understanding the lived experiences of survivors is crucial for developing effective interventions and support systems. This study aims to explore the general lived experiences of COVID-19 survivors. Specifically, it investigates their physical, emotional processes, mental processes, and coping strategies. Significance of the study could include medical and mental health practitioners, which aids to enhance implementation of psychosocial interventions related to COVID-19, for the LGU to provide internal rules and regulations concerning the pandemic, and for the affected individuals and society who offers insights into the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This literature, a lot of literature has presented COVID-19 studies, but they have focused on the psychological impact, protective factors such as resilience, spirituality, and family support, the post-traumatic growth, and the coping strategies. The research gap include the existing literature is heavily dominated by Western studies, with limited research focusing on Mindanao area of the Philippines. Underrepresented groups in the published literature further highlight the need for exploration to determine if findings align with previous studies. The experiences of individuals with mild to moderate symptoms remain understudied or undocumented. Also, despite the numerous studies of COVID-19, the focus has predominantly been on the hospitalized patients' experiences during the first phase of the pandemic, on the nurses and frontliners, and on the quantitative research methods. Also, previous studies mostly explored severe symptoms. These studies seek to portray the explore the survivors' personal experiences of COVID in Malaybalay City, Bukidnon. Since Bukidnon has reported the highest cases in Northern Mindanao Region 10 with 32,000 total cases according to DOH. The research methodology is under a qualitative method, which research design is with the IPA, or the Interpretative Phenomenological Analysis. To explore the lived experiences, we need an in-depth exploration of their experiences. So this also aims to uncover the essence, specifically focusing on their experiences. Also, this study employs snowball sampling, a method where participants are referred by initial participants until the desired 5 participants is achieved. This aligns with the LPA focus on non-probability sampling and methods. And also, these techniques allow the accessing specific perspectives on a phenomenon, aiming to represent a perspective rather than a population. Ethical consideration includes confidentiality. We have this protocol, data protection plan, and having an available psychologist if needed. Data analysis would include individual case analysis. This is to ensure that a complete transcription is done at the semantic level, capturing every spoken word. After transcription, initial analysis involves multiple readings and note-taking on the transcripts. Emergent themes, this stage focus on the transforming the notes into emerging themes, shifting the emphasis from this transcript to notes, then notes into phrases. These themes are then clustered into sub-themes and major themes. Cross-case analysis include grouping the major and sub-themes based on their similarities and removing poorly represented themes. Last is the integration of themes, which include findings across all participants and comparing results. A matrix or table was created where major themes are listed and also its sub-themes. Results is the major theme. Under the major theme, we have physical symptoms. Sub-themes is the flu-like symptoms and uncommon symptoms. We also have major theme in mental processes, such as under this is the sub-theme of self-concept, recognition of life's value, perception towards COVID-19, and perception towards COVID-19 survivors. We also have a major theme of emotional processes, which include under this is the sub-themes of confidence, fear, worry, frustrated, and denial. Another major theme is the coping mechanisms. Under this are the sub-themes of praying, mindfulness, breathing, exercise, family support, and support from others of our social support. The last major theme is the psychological effects caused by COVID-19. Under this is the sub-theme of anxiety. Now, I will discuss first the major theme under physical symptom. So physical symptom of COVID-19 alter the participants' perception of common symptoms such as the fever and physical pain. Descriptive terms like extreme on pain highlights symptom intensity. This symptom perception is distinct from other illnesses due to the virus impact on the body. Other participants also reported uncommon symptoms such as memory concerns and irregular breathing pace, while others is not, which also indicates an individual differences in COVID-19 presentation. Also, we have the mental processes, the sub-theme of self-concept. This includes their survivors' beliefs and immune system. Since initially they have believed that since they are healthy, they're also would be shielded from the virus. But could be possible misconception about their immunity from COVID-19, which although there are literature that physical exercise may help regulate immune system, but then again, even though they had an active lifestyle, they were also infected by the virus. Also, under the sub-theme, recognition of life's values, since COVID-19, there is a heightened awareness of life and mortality because they have experienced severe, mild to moderate rather, symptoms, although they have difficulty of breathing. Because of those experiences, it heightened their awareness of life and mortality. And further, they had experienced personal growth and renewed appreciation for life. This is in line with the literature of post-traumatic growth, which can occur after traumatic events. Also, under the sub-theme, perception towards COVID. So they had a perception that since COVID-19 symptoms like difficulty breathing and intense physical pain, it influenced their perception that it often associating it with fear and possibility of death. Because of those symptoms, they had a perception of those symptoms in connection to death or fear of death. Also, recognition of hallmark symptoms such as loss of smell also played a role in identifying the virus, since the loss of smell and taste is a distinct symptom of COVID-19. So when they had those symptoms, they immediately perceived that they really had a COVID, they are infected by the virus. Also, aside from this perception of symptoms, also they have positively interpreted the experience as a positive experience. Some participants reported personal growth and overcoming depressive thoughts. Although these participants have not officially diagnosed with depression, she expressed that after experiencing COVID-19, I think she had surpassed those suicidal thoughts and those kind of negative emotions because of COVID-19, as I've mentioned, she appreciated life more. And also participants also reframe their COVID-19 experiences into positive light. So this may be in line with they had a perception of positive reframing, cognitive restructuring, which helped them to cope further. Also, they have positive interpretation of COVID-19 or their description on positive 19. They had a diverse views range from personal growth and healing. They also see COVID-19 as a economic benefit, also a chance for them to have a family bonding and also to learn about their health. Negative interpretation were also noted of their experiences since most of them have experienced anxiety or having a negative thought patterns and distress. They also had a perception of mortality and fear of death. Also, this negative perception may be shaped by personal loss and emotional disturbance caused by the virus, since most of them has experienced a loss of a family member. So they have a negative interpretation of this experience. Also, we have both positive and negative perspectives on how the virus has affected their lives. Some positive perspective include resilience and self-efficacy, since after they had experienced COVID, they had a perspective that if we had experienced COVID and this is one of their traumatic events, or situations, they had I think they can see themselves to have also survived another hardship in their life. Also increased in vigilance of their health and personal growth and learning in family focus and motivation and appreciation of life. Aside from positive, they have also negative perspective since this is a personal loss. They have experienced personal loss and fear and anxiety, which is unidentified long-term effects of the virus. Last from under the major theme mental processes is the perception towards COVID-19 survivor. They have perceived that a COVID-19 who has a participant or a survivor of COVID is an individual with strong mental and physical health, demonstrating resilience, grit, and having a robust immune system. Moving on to the major theme emotional process, they have noted that some participants have experienced a feeling of confidence because initially with the belief that they are healthy and having a healthy lifestyle, they have felt a confidence by not exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms before receiving a positive diagnosis. Initial belief in their own health. So this is the result from their perception. Although this would also mean that there is an underestimation of asymptomatic cases, which lead to a false sense of security. Also, overestimation of their physical fitness, with these conceptions about their immunity and vulnerability. Other theme is the fear. They also experience feelings of fear, which about fears about transmission, of questioning their life, if they are still going to live longer, the fear of being isolated, doubts on recovery, if they are able to recover from the virus, and experiencing anxiety. So there are factors that contributed to the feelings of fear, which include the media influence. So after seeing those number of deaths that is reflected on the media, also related deaths within their own family. Next is worry. So they also have felt worry about medical care. There are uncertainties during confirmatory tests and financial strains. Because after they have realized that they were infected by the COVID-19, they started to worry about the medical care they are going to receive, since medicines are very limited at that time. Also, the hospitals are also limited to cater a number of COVID-19 cases. Also, uncertainties during confirmatory tests because they have waited for number of hours for waiting their official diagnosis, and financial strains. They have worried that they're questioning if they may be able to really care about their financial ability. Also, health-related intrusive thoughts and concerns about family members also intensify worry, especially those parents that they have children, if they are worried about their health, overall health. Also, subtheme for guilt. Parents may experience unique parent guilt over concerns with their children's well-being. This is in connection to their worries since they are one of those infected with the virus. They experience guilt that they may be able to transfer it to their children. Also, there is also a work-related guilt arises from fears of transmitting the virus to their workmates, which further impacts their workplace operations because, as you all know, if one may be infected by the virus, other workplaces or the workmates that you have been working with are going to be also isolated. So moving on with the subtheme 5, frustration, there also a sense of frustration since quarantine restrictions their ability to pursue personal and family growth is limited. So this variation in frustration levels are influenced by familiar roles and economic conditions. Also, subtheme 6 is the denial. Some of them, denial serves as an initial emotional response to the possibility of COVID-19 diagnosis because they have felt that because they're a fear of being quarantined, also its impact on family members drives denial behavior. Also, moving on to the coping mechanisms, a major theme under this theme is praying. So one of the coping mechanisms that have helped them cope with their situation is by praying, since most of them emphasize that faith and practicing spiritual practices have made them overcome the challenges of COVID-19. It also provided them comfort and strength during those moments. Subtheme 2 include mindfulness breathing. Some of them have experienced anxiety, so they have used mindfulness breathing exercises, which employ them to manage other emotional distresses. Subtheme 3 includes exercise. So despite the restrictions, they have engaged in home-based exercises to maintain their physical health and alleviate stress. Also, subtheme 4 is the family. Family has played an important role in providing emotional support and motivation for them. Their support fostered resilience and positivity, helping individuals and also helping their family members with a sense of security. Subtheme 5 is support from others. Aside from the support from their family, they have also identified their support from their neighbors, their co-workers and partners, which offered a crucial support through practical assistance and emotional encouragement. So last major theme is the psychological effects. Under this theme is anxiety. Some participants have experienced anxiety, which triggered by their journey, including the confirmatory tests, during the recovery phases and bereavement or after losing a family member. So this has also showed that from the related literatures, participants' anxiety after losing a family member shows the link between grief and anxiety. This also includes the inability to perform a traditional funeral rituals, which exacerbates further their distress and anxiety. So the summary of findings would include some experienced different symptoms. Also, their perception varied between positive and negative perception towards COVID-19. The qualities of survivors, which shows resilience and mental or physical strengths among them. Also, the emotional processes include confidence, fear, worry, guilt, and frustration and denial. Some coping mechanisms involve prayer, mindfulness, exercise, and support from others. Also, the psychological impact, as anxiety was one of the notably significant contributing to overthinking and respiratory difficulties, especially in the context of loss. So overall, this study highlights the complex and diverse effects of COVID-19 on individuals, emphasizing the connection between physical, mental processes, emotional responses, and coping strategies. So in conclusion, COVID-19 survivors face complex physical and psychological challenges. Anxiety and other psychological impacts persists over time. This study contributes to the understanding of the survivors' experience in a resource-limited region And also, it adds to the limited qualitative research on COVID-19 survivors, emphasizing the importance of mental health support and integrating such services within the healthcare system. Some of the limitations would include the general experiences, which could include symptoms perception, aside from focusing only one area, the language and cultural exclusion, since the potential exclusion of non-native speakers, because the results, some of the lines there are in the native language. Also, cultural groups with different COVID-19 perceptions and emotional responses are not represented. Participant homogeneity would include age, gender, and quarantine conditions, which is not emphasized in the participant selection. Some recommendations would include the repeat study if more homogeneous, also to explore other socioeconomic and regional differences, to translate findings English to wider references, and to the healthcare providers to emphasize that symptoms include uncommon ones are should be also be explored, mental health interventions that promote mindfulness breathing to manage stress and anxiety, also family and community support to foster the environments for COVID-19 recovery, and grief counseling to provide accessible mental support for those experiencing loss, and to use quantitative or mixed method for broader representation. Also, we also have, it is recommended to investigate those experiences of elderly individuals and those with pre-existing mental health conditions. This is also a recommendation for a policy draft for our LGUs or in our municipalities if it's possible. So thank you for listening, and that's it for me today.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Garcia, for this significant findings. Understanding survivors' experiences can guide public health strategies and policies to better address future health crises and ensuring a more comprehensive and empathetic response to the needs of those affected. So for our next presenter, I will share now the slide. Okay. So we will now hear from Dr. Gina Ichon, Engineer Dex Law, and Engineer Jeff Valiente, who will present their study titled Risks to Failure of a Functional Local Healthcare System. The case of again the Oro City, Philippines. Doc Ichon,
Okay.
please begin your presentation.
Yes, let me share my slide.
Yes, Doc, I will stop.
Okay. Share. I think you can see the slides, no? Wait.
Yes, Doc.
Let us go on full screen.
Full screen.
Okay.
Sige.
So our paper is entitled Risk to Failure of a Functional Local Healthcare System. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Gina Ichon. I am a physician, Doctor of Medicine, faculty at the Dr. Jose P. Rizal School of Medicine, also faculty of the Graduate School. And I'd like to acknowledge my two co-authors, Engineer Law and Engineer Valiente, who are also faculty members of the the College of Engineering. So this is a multidisciplinary study, And because it is a case study, it does not actually follow strictly the IMRAD format, and it has been published, so we had to follow the format of the publication. Okay. So this case study has been published in this compilation published by the UNDRR in 2021. The compilation is entitled Scoping Study on Compound Cascading and Systemic Risks in the Asia Pacific. So we had to follow the format of this publication. And it has been presented at the Livable Cities Conference last year, June 14 to 16, at the City University of New York, Brooklyn, New York. So, okay. The objective of the study analyzes systemic risks, no? Understanding the triggering and triggered hazards, type of underlying vulnerabilities, the scale of the associated effects and impacts, global, regional, national, or local, or other driving factors and interactions therein that exacerbated the risk to exposed and vulnerable communities, infrastructures, and systems. So it's an attempt to analyze what happened during the pandemic, no, and what risks were there, what triggered them, and what triggered hazards. What was the effect when the hazards were triggered? So the disaster event, name, place, and year, where the COVID-19 pandemic surges in Cagayan de Oro City, Mindanao, the Philippines. Specific period was from March 2020 to August 2021. Why this period? Because it was in this period that the two biggest surges in the number of COVID-19 cases happened. The type of risk discussed is systemic risk. And the triggering hazard were the surges in COVID-19 infection. So later on, I will show you a table or a figure that looks at the surges, that shows the surges. So the triggered hazards were first, changes in mortality and morbidity patterns due to non-COVID cases not admitted to hospital because there was no place for them. Until now, we are asking ourselves, and maybe I have been asking people to do research, how many non-COVID cases became worse because of the pandemic? For example, how many diabetic patients became worse because they could not come to the hospital? They were afraid or there was no room for them. How many heart patients and heart operations did we postpone because we were all reserving the beds for COVID patients? So there is no answer to that, no? And we have been trying to do a little bit of quantitative study about that. So there was also a lot of COVID-19 infections among healthcare workers. The second paper also pointed that out, no? That this also affected the quality of care we were able to give the people, the patients, because a number of us were sick of COVID-19 and a number of us actually died of COVID-19, no? So there was an acute lack of hospital beds for patients. I think everybody saw this, no? We were all looking at Facebook and looking at the long lines of patients outside the gate of NMMC, no? Because people could not be admitted because there were no beds for them. So this brought healthcare almost at a standstill. And aside from all of that, there was increase in unemployment due to businesses closing. No? So we are seeing that it is not only, the effect is not only on health. So the key system involved was actually of course, the health system, no? Because that was the most obvious. If we briefly describe the disaster event, that is the other thing different in this case study, is because we considered the pandemic as a disaster, although a slowly unfolding disaster, no? Not as dramatic as a flood disaster. So it took a long time to develop, but nevertheless, it was also a disaster. So The main points were Cagayan de Oro's health system was already stressed even before the COVID-19 pandemic. So we already lack hospital beds, we already lack doctors, we already lack healthcare personnel, but it was not so obvious because the need was not so drastic or dire, no? The sudden and rapid proliferation of COVID-19 cases, which needed to be either isolated or admitted to hospital for medical care, further challenged the already stressed system. So it was actually this that exposed the stressed system. And as the regional capital of Region 10 and concurrently the provincial capital of the province of Misamis Oriental, Cagayan de Oro City was and is expected to provide healthcare and accommodate patients from all provinces of Region 10 and all municipalities and cities of Misamis Oriental, in addition to the population of Cagayan de Oro City. This was the factor that actually stressed us, no? Because everybody was coming to Cagayan de Oro. So we have about 1 million population in the city. Add to that the entire population of Region 10, and you will see what kind of stress. If you want to quantify the stress, that is how we quantify the stress. And okay, we tried to look at the number of hospital beds. At the time that we wrote this paper, there were only 8 hospitals operating in Cagayan de Oro, both government and private. No? Now I think there are 10 because there is the addition of the hospital uptown and also the ACE hospital near Ketkay, no? But at this time, only 8. And if you add all the hospital beds, we have about 1,000 beds only in the city. And everybody was coming here. So you can imagine, no? That was why you had people literally on the sidewalks of NMMC because we could not accommodate them. There were other additional health system stressors. So aside from the acute lack of hospital beds and health personnel, there was lack of mass testing, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, simply because we did not have the test here. No, we had to send to Manila. We had to send the specimen to Manila. Lockdowns were also a further stressor which affected the city's economy and the educational system. There was neglect of other health conditions, for example, chronic diseases, which increased mortality and morbidity rates further. I already alluded to this earlier. What was the tipping point, no? If you think of it as a ball rolling downhill, no? The tipping point was actually the sudden and rapid increase of COVID-19 patients, which further stressed an already stressed health system. So this is the algorithm we tried to create, no? The factors in blue, hospital beds, COVID-19 beds, ICU beds, medical personnel, etc., were actually the limited resources, no, that we could offer, and these were the factors that ran out, if you want to think of it as that, in the beginning of the pandemic, and how they affected chronic diseases, the patients with COVID-19, the city LGU, etc., the Region 10 residents. Now we had to, when vaccination started, we insisted that we also vaccinate the surrounding municipalities, because if we don't vaccinate their population, they will still come to us, no? So that was what we realized when the pandemic happened, that we cannot think only of our population in the city. We need to think of the population of the entire region and even beyond, because they were coming here. They were coming to Cagayan de Oro. This is what I was talking about, no? Here you see the average number of patients per day or per month, no? In the beginning, it was very, very manageable, no? This was starting March 2020, March, April, May. There was barely a change. And then there is this first surge in August of 2020. What does this represent? This was the time when the government allowed the OFWs to come home, and also the people who were stranded in Manila, in Cebu, elsewhere, to come home. And this produced the first surge. But this was still manageable. We were able to control the surge after about 3 months. So it was okay until April of 2021. What is this? In 1 month, there has been more than double the numbers and more than triple the numbers, no? So from about 100 and maybe, let's say 120 average, this became 521, and then this became 765, and we could not do anything anymore. What was this? This was the surge in the Delta variant, no? And by this time, this was the tipping point. It was really a very big challenge for everybody, not only for the doctors, for everybody. No? So what were the impacts of the disaster event? So increased mortality and morbidity of COVID and non-COVID patients, increase in healthcare waste. Okay, nobody talks about this, but if you think about what healthcare waste we added to the waste of the city, how many masks, how many face shields, how many gloves we were throwing away, no? And then classes shifted to online learning, but with a large portion of the population unable to connect to the internet, especially in the basic education sector. The strict lockdown severely affected employment and the city's economy. So lockdowns they said were necessary, but it affected employment and the economy and many other things. It also affected health, because people who needed to go for regular visits to the hospital could not go. So what were the key sectors affected? At this time, we realized it was not only health, it was also education, the economic sector, and the general population. Key gaps and challenges in the management of systemic risks, no? So we identified 3. First, social distancing and lockdown policies are not well thought of in the Philippines. Implications on healthcare, education, employment, and the local economy have to be further thought of, and maybe is there an option not to lock down? There is also a need to rethink alternative learning modalities, especially for basic education. How else can we shift? Can we do it online? Online is okay, but not everybody can go online. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed systemic risks in the local, regional, and national levels. There was virtually no preparation for a biological threat such as COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in far-reaching consequences that severely affected people's lives. But to be fair, it was not only the Philippines that did not prepare, or that had no preparation for a biological threat. It was virtually every country in the world, no? So it's a tremendous lesson for all of us. So what are the recommendations? First, strengthen integration of disaster risks in fiscal strategy and develop contingency plans, which I cannot see this way, which are ready for implementation. So, second, mainstream risk reduction in development planning, infrastructure investments, and ensure adequate budget allocation. If you notice, one of the first things the Duterte administration did during the pandemic was actually realign the budget because it is expensive to handle a pandemic. Address fragmentation and capacity constraints in the implementation and oversight of disaster risk management programs. Increase transparency and efficiency of LGU post-disaster spending and clarify cost sharing between the national and the local governments. This affected us very much, no? When I say us, I say us as also a doctor of NMMC, because we did not know where the budget was coming from. Will it come from us, local, from then Mayor Oka, or do we wait for the national budget? So this was not clear, and as usual, people would delay, no, and the national would say that's local, and the local would say that's national, and so caught in the middle were all the hospitals and all the patients who we could not serve because there was no money. Promote green recovery by investing in resilience and integrating resilience as a pillar in recovery planning and spending. So it will take too long to explain this, but this is something that we also learned during the pandemic. Improve and invest in the needed healthcare, identified gaps. I could never say this often enough. Critical hospital beds, testing laboratories, contact tracing strategies, vaccines, data informatics, even data informatics, no? I know this was the topic this morning, but we really need to be able to handle our data better, no? If you notice, when the countries were reporting about COVID-19 statistics, only the Philippines was reporting by hospital. We do not have national statistics, no? Kaluoy. So 7, recognize biological threats as causes of disaster and plan for their prevention, mitigation, and management. So biological threats are also causes of disaster, not only floods, not only rain, not only earthquakes. So thank you very much. No, that is our presentation for this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gina, no, for these valuable results, no. Actually, these findings may help, no, policymakers and healthcare administrators develop strategies, no, to enhance resilience, allocate resources more effectively, and prevent system breakdowns in the future. So for our next presenter, yeah, may I present? Okay.
Stop share. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I will share now. So our next presenter is Mr. Clint Gilbert June Y. Haraula. He will discuss his research titled The Status, no, and Instructional Value of One-to-One Technology Program among Public Schools in Cagayan de Oro City. Input for Policy Development. Mr. Clint, are you there? You may now present your study. Sir Clint? Hi, Sir Glenn, are you there? Nakamute ka. Sir Glenn? Oh, nawala siya. Naaman. Okay, so is it okay to continue with the other presenter? I don't know if he's around, si Mr. Glenn. He's not responding. So for our next presenter, Right. Okay, we have Mr. Jefferson C. Lim, who will share his research titled The Triumphs and Travails of Selected Overseas Filipino Workers in the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Jeff, are you there? The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Let me just choose the right slide for sharing. Can you hold on?
Okay, okay na.
You can see my screen now.
Yes.
Thank you,
Go
everyone.
ahead,
So good
sir.
afternoon. My name is Jefferson Lim. I'm a MA psychology graduate student. So my research is about the triumphs and travails of selected overseas Filipino workers in the United Arab Emirates. So this was published in the International Journal of Research and Innovation in Social Science last July 8, 2024. So the term overseas Filipino worker was officially adopted under the late President Fidel Ramos administration to give recognition to the millions of Filipinos who sacrificed by working in other countries. So Filipinos in the United Arab Emirates are migrants or descendants of the Filipinos living already in the United Arab Emirates. So there are 679,819 Filipinos who are currently living in the UAE based on the data gathered last 2023, of which 450,000 live in Dubai, and they form 6.1% of the whole UAE population. And that forms 21.3% of the population of Dubai. Dubai is home of the largest population of Filipinos in the United Arab Emirates, followed by Abu Dhabi and Al Ain. So they are primarily employed in the architecture, construction, cargo, shipping, design, engineering, energy, information technology, marketing, medical, real estate, retail, telecommunications, and tourism sectors, as well as home service providers such as domestic helpers. Over the last 8 years, the Philippines has engaged in multiple rounds of talks with the UAE government over worker protections. After numerous cases of negligence in 2014, the Philippines banned the entry of OFWs into the UAE for the purpose of domestic work. So this policy proved ineffective though as Filipinos still travel to the UAE on tourist visas, then transitioned to work permits once already in the country. So in the past few years, it has been observed that the growth in data has shown that OFWs are specifically choosing the United Arab Emirates to migrate and work temporarily. So the study of the selected overseas Filipino workers is relevant to the due to their growing number. So 10% of the population of our country, which is the Philippines, are already working and living abroad. So 15% of the OFWs in total are currently working in the United Arab Emirates. So the objectives of our study is to generate sufficient data on selected OFWs in the United Arab Emirates, specifically in Dubai, through questionnaire, and these data were used in a descriptive analysis. So considering the significant objective of the study, in this case, the hypotheses to be tested are two. So first would be the OFWs are happy with their overall health and well-being. The second being OFWs are happy with their balanced work-life environment. So the methodology used are this. So we have the participants. So the study participants are composed of 50 OFWs from the Emirate of Dubai. So all participants were selected through random sampling. So I have gathered this through physical random sampling in the streets of Al Riga, which is in Dubai. The characteristics of the participants of this study included age, gender, civil status, number of children, number of years in the UAE, monthly salary, and field of work. And the measures used to gather the data are, after establishing the validity and reliability on how to gather data, formulating questions appropriate for the study, and doing all necessary modification to the chosen participants, 50 copies of the questionnaires will be distributed and will be successfully completed and returned. So the study must adhere to the ethical norms to ensure trust, accountability, mutual respect, and fairness according to RESNIC in 2015. So thus, the corresponding answers to the questions are kept in accordance with the agreement of the participants and the researchers. So 50 OFWs were sampled per the survey questionnaire method, of which 50 OFWs were successfully reached and provided information, yielding 100% response rate. So the data were collected, coded, and then encoded into Microsoft Excel, where frequency and percentage were used to analyze the answers of the participants, and a descriptive analysis was used to the study's objectives. Table 1 shows the characteristics of the participants in the health and well-being questionnaires. So 3 questions were provided to the participants that can be chosen with the predetermined answers of extremely happy, very happy, somewhat happy, not so happy, and not happy at all. Overwhelmingly, most of the participants answered very happy for the 3 questionnaires, 66% for happiness, 58% for mental health, and 64% for well-being. Alongside these triumphs, many OFWs in the UAE also face significant travails and challenges. One common difficulty that OFWs encounter is homesickness and feelings of isolation. Being far away from their families and loved ones, OFWs often experience loneliness and longing for the familiar comforts of home. The physical distance between them and their families can take a toll on their mental health and emotional well-being, leading to feelings of sadness, despair, and disconnection. The table 2 shows the characteristics of the participants in the work-life questionnaire. So the most of the participants positively answered yes, with the majority of the participants are more than 75% for majority of the percentage of the answers are more than 75% for the 5 questions relating to work and life environment. So the question with the highest percentage of answer is, would you recommend to other OFWs to live and work in the UAE, which shows a 96% of the participants answered yes. Relatively, a small percentage have answered no to questionnaires. This finding means that the most of the participants have a balanced lifestyle and are contented with their living and working conditions. Some OFWs in the UAE have been able to climb the career ladder and achieve professional success. Through hard work, dedication, and perseverance, they have earned promotions, recognition, and respect in their chosen fields. This individual serves as as inspiring examples of the possibilities that await those who are willing to put in the effort and seize the opportunity for growth and advancement. So their triumphs are a testament to the resilience and determination of the Filipino spirit, and they serve as role models for others who aspire to follow in their footsteps. Now let's go to the discussion part. So this study explored the triumphs and travails of the OFWs in the UAE, shedding light on the complex and varied experiences of this migrant community. One of the most significant triumphs experienced by the OFWs in the UAE is the opportunity for economic advancement and financial stability. So this financial empowerment is a source of pride and accomplishment for many OFWs, as they can provide for their loved ones in ways they never thought possible before. Some OFWs in the UAE grapple with the harsh realities of living and working in a foreign country. They may face discrimination, exploitation, and abuse at the hands of their employers or colleagues. Despite their hard work and dedication, they may be undervalued and underappreciated, leaving them feeling powerless and vulnerable. OFWs in the UAE often grapple with the challenges of cultural adjustment and integration. They must navigate unfamiliar customs, traditions, and norms, adapting to a new way of life that can be vastly different from what they are accustomed to the Philippines. Language barriers, cultural differences, and social isolation can also contribute to feelings of alienation and disorientation. OFWs may struggle to find a sense of belonging and community in a foreign land, leading to a sense of displacement and estrangement. So in some cases, OFWs are subjected to unfair working conditions, long hours, low wages, and limited opportunities for advancement. So despite their hard work and dedication, they may be undervalued and underappreciated, leaving them feeling powerless and vulnerable. To my conclusion part, the OFWs are experiencing happiness and stress while working abroad. Their violence, living and working conditions are commendable, and the state of their mental health is satisfactory. Their triumphs and travails highlighted the complex and multifaceted nature of the migrant experience, while many OFWs have achieved remarkable success and prosperity in the UAE. Others have faced significant challenges and struggles that continue to impact their lives. As we continue to explore and engage the experiences of the OFWs in the UAE, we must strive to amplify their voices, advocate for their rights, and support their well-being and empowerment. Only through greater awareness, empathy, and solidarity, we can truly appreciate the triumphs and travails of OFWs in the UAE and work towards a more just and equitable society for all. So the welfare of overseas Filipino workers has always been a priority for the Philippine government. With millions of Filipinos working abroad in various industries, it is crucial to have measures in place to protect them from potential exploitation and abuse. It is recommended that the Philippine government should prioritize the development of national agencies and programs designed to protect overseas Filipino workers from exploitation. While there may be challenges and imperfections in our current system, the Philippines has made significant strides in promoting the welfare of its migrant workers, by strengthening existing agencies, investing in resources, in advocating for the rights of the OFWs. The government can make a positive impact on the lives of the millions of Filipinos working abroad. So that will be my research presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, no, Mr. Lim, for sharing this significant findings, no. So this knowledge actually can guide no improvements in labor agreements, no support services, and reintegration maybe programs no for returning OFWs. So let us continue. May I call again Mr. Clint Haraula? Are you there? So kung wala pa, let's Okay, I will share now, sir. Okay. Okay, so let us continue with our next presenter. We will hear from Ms. Linda Valdivia, who will present her study titled Extent of Implementation of Hingoog City Ordinance 2021-370. Ms. Linda, please proceed with your presentation. Ay, nawala. Oy, na-stop man. Ay, sorry. No. Yeah. Naghang ako ang computer. Okay? Ma'am Linda, are you there? So may I see? Okay. Okay, you may start now, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lindy Valdivia, the City Investment Promotion Officer of Hingoog City and a student of Doctor of Public Administration of Xavier University. The study that I will be presenting today is entitled The Extent of Implementation of Hingoog City Ordinance Number 2021-370. So my presentation will compose of the introduction, the objectives of my study, its methodology, its results, the discussion of the results, and then the conclusion. So this study is about the extent of implementation of a post-COVID program of the city of Hingoog, incepted after a series of forums among farmers and fisher folks, consultative meetings of micro, small, and medium enterprises, which made the city enact an ordinance last 2021-370, an ordinance extending financial assistance in a form of loan for livelihood programs to various people's organizations, associations, and cooperatives. So this study delves on the question, how well the program is implemented by the MSMEs who availed the loan assistance program through their demographics, the organization's profile, and their perception on the benefits and challenges experienced during the program implementation. So this program has been allotted by the city of 36 million pesos to be released through the Office of the City Agriculture and the Veterinary offices. So guidelines were set. The ordinance follows the standardized set of guidelines in applying for financial assistance. So the organization submits their intent to avail the program, and then a project proposal be submitted, and a team will be they will present their paper, their proposals to the team to be reviewed for approval. After that, when the team will approve their project proposal, they will again present to the Sangguniang Panglungsod and defend their proposal to the council before it will be given a funding for implementation. The objective of this study is to assess the program implementation based on the following variables. What type of organization? May it be an association, a cooperative, or a people's organization. The number of years these organizations had operate. What type of project is engaged? What is the amount of loan and the term of loan? Again, the study is to assess the program implementation based on the following dependent variables. The compliance to the stipulated requirements in the memorandum of agreement signed by the beneficiaries, the percentage of implementation, and the status of amortization payments. Another objective of this study is to assess whether the program has contributed benefits or disposed challenges as manifested by the management's experience. This is a descriptive research method. Descriptive research method was used in the conduct of the study because it defined the current situation on the extent of the implementation of the city ordinance as based on the compliance of the availing organizations to the stipulated requirements in the memorandum of agreement, and the benefits and challenges the management encounter during the implementation of the respective livelihood programs. So the study utilizes qualitative methods such as interviews, questionnaires, and focus group discussions to gather data. Additionally, secondary data collected from submitted reports was utilized as supplementary sources of information. So the data gathered is from the information given by the chairpersons and project managers through written survey and focus group discussion. So the survey is designed to extract the organizational profile and the rate of their compliance to the stipulated requirements in the signed memorandum of agreement based on the given scale of its question. At the end part of the survey, the respondents were asked to indicate the percentage of project implementation and status of repayment of the amortization. After the written survey, the researcher will have breakout rooms per type of organization where the respondents belong to, whether it's a people's organization, association, and cooperatives, to answer the questions in a focus group discussion. So the organizations were coded. There are about 26 organizations who availed this program. 3 people's organization, 2 coming from 2 were availing funding from the City Agriculture's Office, and 1 from the City Vet of the People's Organization. And then we have 8 cooperatives. Only 1 is asking allotment or budget from the City Vet, depending on the kind of project they have. And we have 15 association. So in the matrix I presented, we have the title of their project, their repayment schemes, the period, the loan period, and when will be the repayment date, the amount granted, and as I have said, this is in a form of loan. So there should be an interest depending on the amount they have availed. As a result, based on the main scores of the study, only 20 among the 26 organizations have paid the monthly amortization on time. So overall, among the 26 organizations that have availed the program, 80.76% have satisfactorily complied with their project requirements. So based on the compliance, among the cooperatives, or 8 cooperatives, only 7 has implemented their livelihood project. While the People's Organization, where there are 3 of them, only 2 has implemented their project. And for the association, 80% or 12 out of 15 have implemented their project. So this is the graph of their implementation. Of the livelihood program. So among the cooperatives, 87.5 or 7.8 has complied with the project requirements. And for the organization, 2/3 has complied, and for the association, 12/15 has implemented their projects. So suggestion in the discussion, there should be a provision of capacity development programs through financial literacy and operation management prior to the actual implementation of the projects of both the implementers and the beneficiaries. Because as observed, a high rate of compliance is manifested in the cooperatives, because as we've observed, cooperatives has a very structured governance leading towards financial literacy and exposure to livelihood programs. While People's Organization, as we have known, they have been registered with the SEC, and association with DOLE has no prior exposure to governance and livelihood income generating projects. So this is the suggestion of that has been extracted from the results of the survey. So there should we should establish a pro forma, as it is stipulated in the signed memorandum of agreement, that all the livelihood programs beneficiaries should submit a reportorial reports regarding financial statements and physical status reports. And there's been a clamor among the beneficiaries that they are not on time submitting reports because they are not exposed to the report preparation. So we suggest that there should be an established pro forma on the reportorial system for the use of livelihood assistance for the beneficiaries as guide in the provision of intervention in the CHAP, as one of the challenges encountered by these beneficiaries. So another suggestion is to achieve 100% repayment of the loan assistance of their livelihood project. Regular monitoring must be strictly done by the partner agency or the local government of Ingoo. So in conclusion, the extent of the implementation of the livelihood project are greatly dictated by the compliance of the organization and the stipulated requirements of the livelihood project. Cooperatives that have availed the livelihood assistance program are highly compliant due to their exposure to financial deliverables and management of operation compared to People's Organization and Association. So fully compliant beneficiaries are predominantly coming from those with low and manageable monthly amortization schedules. Further, their compliance is highly relative to the monitoring of the respective technicians and focal person. So this program, out of the 26 beneficiaries, 3 of them has already full compliant, meaning they have fully paid their loan and has been submitted another application for loan amortizations. And most of them are coming from cooperatives. And the 3 of them are those who has applied for a low amortization. low budget and low project proposal in terms of the amount that they need. I lost my other. I have other presentation here that is not found here. Here it is. I was looking for this. In the impact of the extent of their implementation of the cooperatives, about 95% has a percentage of completion in terms of funds utilization, repertorial submission, and the status of their payment of their loan. For the People's Organization, 67% is the percentage of completion, since only 93% of the funds were utilized, and 60% only of the People's Organization have submitted regularly the reports, and there is a 51% only repayments. That is the status of repayments of this association is rated only about 50%. For the cooperatives, they're rated of 95% because the funds that is given to them is fully utilized, and they are very up to date in submitting the reports, and the status of their repayments. 85% is the percentage of their repayment schedules paid. So this is the effect. This is the rate or the percentage of compliance or completion of the project. That's the reason why we have concluded that cooperatives that have availed of the livelihood program are highly compliant to this kind of financial assistance, and we recommend that these people's organizations and association who are registered and supervised and monitored by the Department of Labor or DOLE be updated and be accredited with cooperatives to be exposed to the kind of governance and the system that is being implemented by cooperatives in terms of income generating projects and livelihood projects. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Lindy, for sharing these important results. Actually, understanding the implementation, challenges and successes can provide insights, actually, for future legislation, ensuring that ordinances are practical, impactful, and beneficial to the community that would ultimately improve the public services in Hingoog City. Okay, so let's now give all our presenters an emoji clap. Here, asa matong emoji? Okay. So, let's now proceed to the question and answer session. So after each presentation, we will have 2 questions to stimulate discussion and provide feedback. So may I request everyone, if you have questions, you may write them in the chat box or you may raise your hand for your query. Anyone who would like to ask questions to our presenters? Walay questions, so tanan mga patsyada. Okay. Gina. Sige, so walay question. There are 17 people are here. Mr. Lim already left kaya naa daw siya klase. So, okay. I have here one question, no, for the first presenter. Ma'am, are you there? Atong
Hello,
first
ma'am.
presenter. Okay. So how does the recommender system, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the recommender system integrate with the existing curriculum at Bukidnon National High School?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
How does the recommender system integrate with the existing curriculum at Bukidnon National High School?
Okay, so yearly, ma'am, the students were asked to what specialization they were going to enroll. So, for example, we have the school have 8 to 10 specialized subject like ICT, welding, cookery. Then they are going to decide on what specialization they are going to enroll from grade 9 to grade 10. So, they just going to decide on their own lang. So, it is quiet kuan gyud siya kanang dugay ilahang decision ay sila maka-enroll sa subject. So, mo mo it will take mga 2 weeks ay na mo ma-finalize kung asa sila ma-enroll. So, I came up with this innovation na systematically dali ra gyud siya unsa ni mag-recommend kung unsa asa sila fit na specialization.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, that is one of the main challenges maybe, no, in its implementation sa system. So, yeah, another question. Wala pa yung nag-question diri, Dapita. Anyone from our audience, our participants? If none, I have another question for presenter number 2 here. Ma'am, are you there? Presenter number 2, Miss Angel and Kale. Napa ba sila? Nangawala na sila. So let's proceed now to presenter number 3. Miss Krisha, are you there?
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
So you're there. Sige, ma'am. What factors contribute to the applicability or non-applicability of Ocon's Law in Northern Mindanao?
Again, I'm sorry. What factors
contribute to the applicability or non-applicability of Ocon's Law?
Well, based on my study, ma'am, no, unfortunately, based on my study, the unemployment is resulted to not significant results during that time for gross regional domestic product in Northern Mindanao, even for inflation rate, which is also part of like when we calculate for the GDP, right? And then government spending, but it turned out na in the case of Northern Mindanao, they were not applicable to the growth of the economy in the region. So maybe there are other factors that I was not able to integrate in my study. So it could still be looked into. So other factors could be like net exports or consumption of the individual households, and investments could also be looked into to further understand how GDP grows in the region. Kasi as for those na I decided to include in my study, they are not applicable in Mindanao.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Maybe Doc Jason Manawis would like to ask question. Doc, additional question to our presenters?
I don't have any questions actually, Doc Geraldine, but I would like to siguro congratulate everybody for their research. I think they are very interesting and I think kailangan din siya nating marinig given that their topics are very significant in our current situation.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Happy to see you here. Yeah, so let's proceed now to our presenter number 4. Walay question. I have one question here for the presenter. What gaps in knowledge were most prevalent among BSME students regarding tax practices, sir? Si
Hello,
Sir
Doc.
Ambari.
Yes
Yes,
po,
sir.
good afternoon. Prevalent there, as based on the result also, mostly on the filing processes and payment processes. So usually it's where students got wrong answers during the test survey questionnaire, and also part of their self-assessment, and also their what areas they want their instructors or professors to focus more in classroom discussion. So based on that, I could say that teachers have to evolve to focus not just the theoretical side of taxation, but also the practical side, most especially engaging students in the different areas of their course or degree. So for BSMA, they have the option to become tax practitioners. So in order to engage them or to immerse them, there should be more practical inputs, like the filing and payment processes, for example.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. No, other questions? Maybe you have questions for other presenters, sir.
Actually, I was interested with the discussion regarding the gross domestic regional something. I just
Kang Ma'am
yeah,
Krisha, no? Sige, sir, you can, you may ask her question maybe, if you have.
I would like to ask, is it really there, because one of her recommendations was for the government regarding the employment, the project. Is it really directly attributable probably to government spending more on providing infrastructure or employment for that matter to augment the correlation between the what was that you're trying to prove in your research?
Sorry, sir.
Miss Krisha? Okay
Also,
na.
yeah,
Na pa si ma'am.
I wasn't able to get the first part of the question. Just is
Sir, can you again
yeah, sorry.
ask the
Wala na ako
question?
sa first part.
I was interested because you said that it's not scientifically relevant, right? Based on your analysis for 2001 to 2021, you said that you need to probably add more variables. And one of your recommendations was regarding the government to provide employment or based on your factors or variables considered in the study. Or what do you think could the implication if those areas were given more attention by the government? Could it probably change the regional or the national GDP, gross domestic product? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your question. I think if the government would invest its efforts on projects or activities or initiatives that are growth contributing, I think that would help our country or even our region. So it could be in employment, it could be other social services, it could be infrastructure to invite more investment. So my recommendation is more on the government to properly or to identify expenses that are growth contributing, and then once they are able to find that out, which among all of those are helpful for the economy, then it would be best if they will put more effort onto those na mga activities, because there are various social services provided by the government, and I think it's important for them to really identify which among those really help in grow the economy, kasi it's very different when every region is different from other regions. So what could work for our region in Northern Mindanao may not work for other regions, kay basig mas ano sila dito for agriculture, diri mas mukusog ta kung infrastructure dito, if more on like other social services. So I think it would really depend on where the efforts would be led into, and then study them and see if they are growth contributing or not po. And that may take
Okay.
a lot of time pa to see the effects of the changes made. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your input. Yes, so let's proceed now to our next kanang presenter, no, for their question. Presenter number 5. Okay, are you here? Sila Ma'am Alin, no? Garcia. Naa pa siya. Okay, I have here one question. How can your research contribute, no, to improve post-recovery support for survivors? Ma'am, are you there? Or nawala na si ma'am? Anak mas Ma'am Alin. Okay, I think wala-wala siguro yung signal. So let's proceed now to the presentation of Doc Uchon. So, Doc, you're there, Doc, no?
Yes, I'm here.
Sige, Doc. I have here one question. What strategies can be implemented to mitigate this risk that you've mentioned earlier in your study, Doc?
Actually, I don't know also. We don't know also, but I think what is needed is for us to realize that a biological threat like the COVID-19 pandemic should be treated as a disaster, no? Because in our LGU, in our local government policies, there is a policy for like a flood disaster, typhoon disaster, but there is no funding for a pandemic. So I did mention that in the recommendations, no, that there should be a preparation for biological threat, but then it's very easy to forget after COVID-19 has passed. In fact, many people already forget or have forgotten that it can come back at any time, no? So that's why I haven't totally taken off my mask yet, because I am afraid, no? But people just walk around now without concern. So it has to be, as you said, no, you did suggest it. There has to be a policy movement for that to happen. In fact, we were thinking of writing a policy brief for this, no? And then selling it to the local government, but then that will depend whether the local government will listen to us. But it has to go into the policy mode, no? It cannot just remain like this, because we have seen what effects it can do to us, no? We are very serious when we say that we want to know actually how many people died who were not COVID-19 victims, no? Katong namatay because dili siya ma-accommodate sa hospital. Lain iyang sakit, no? Because it seems there were more of those persons rather than the COVID-19 mortalities. For example, pila ka buok ang namatay na dialysis patients because they could not be dialyzed, no? Dili sila adto sa ospital, di sila pa-dialyze kay all the beds were dedicated to COVID-19 patients, and they were so afraid of being infected because they were one of the vulnerable people, no? Katong mga naay comorbidities. And honestly, I would want to do that study, no? Kay I am by training, I am an epidemiologist, and I thrive on numbers in ihap no data. So dili ko kabalo kung we have no idea how many people died, non-COVID patients who died because they could not be accommodated to the hospital, no? We had to turn away a lot of patients because there simply was no room for them. So ang dunay kwarta, what was happening was people who had money would go to another region, no? Moadto na sa lain nga region para lang ma-ospital. For example, ang gaabot sa ato dinhi gikan sa Visayas, no? So gikan sa Bohol, gikan sa Cebu, moanhin na sa Mindanao because they could not be accommodated in their regions anymore. And parehas rasad sa ato ang mga dato dinhi ni adto na sa laing lugar, adto sa Zamboanga, adto sa Manila, no? Our health system is really very sa ba ang word, dili man sad ko mo ingon nga weak, very sensitive, no? Very sensitive to any change. As long as walay change, okay ra na. Pero the moment that there is an added stressor, the system will collapse, no? The system will collapse. And daghan kaayo mi na realize, no? Ako as an epidemiologist, we realized so many things, that the stressors of our health system, the fact that we do not have very good data management, no? So I hope katong speaker kanina talked about that. It's not only a matter of gathering the data, it's also a matter of keeping and managing the data, and what do you do to retrieve the data. Kasi ako literally, I was I think you know, no, that I was going on radio every Friday for Mayor. I was part of Mayor Oca's team, no, and trying to crunch numbers and communicate with the community where the infection was going. But even ako sa NMMC, lisod kaayo magkuha og data because the system simply was not there, you know. So literally gaabot ko sa kitchen para lang magkuha data. So that was remedied in the middle of the pandemic when we created an epidemiology unit. Imagine, wala may epidemiology unit before the pandemic. That was the good thing that happened kasi the whole hospital realized, hey, we needed an epidemiology unit. Yeah, nakasabot sila unsay among gamit There are two of us in the hospital. There are less than 50 epidemiologists in the country, no? O nakasamot sila unsay among gamit. Because sa una, di sila kabalo unsay epidemiologist, unsay gamit namo. So finally, that's why I have mixed feelings with the pandemic. Of course, I do not like it, but in another sense, I like it because people were able to realize what we really do and what is our value to the community. Pero again, going back to your question, I think it has to go the way of policy. I do not know at what level. Hindi lang siguro ta sa LGU. But eventually, national na policy. Like na may policy ang disaster. Ang problema, walay labot ang biological threats. No, walay labot. But again, like I said, in fairness, it is not only the Philippines that had a difficulty during the pandemic. It was actually the entire world. Ang problema lang, pobre man gud nga nasod. So we were always at a disadvantage. Pag pinalitay na sa vaccines, ulahi lang gyapon ta, no? But and then also dili di ay maayo na all kanay bang geographic, the way we are divided geographically into regions and into provinces. And then all the best hospitals, all the best schools are here in Cagayan de Oro because we are supposed to be the regional capital. Provincial capital pagilta sa Misamis Oriental. Sa may resultaan na everybody comes here to be expecting good medical care. And that was actually the dilemma of Mayor Oka, no? Ingon siya nga kinahanglan mag-prepare pa ta og sobra pa sa population sa Cagayan de Oro kay we have to cater to the entire region. And the population of the entire region is actually 10 times our population. So aha man na ibutang tanan. Nga mismo ang Cagayan de Oro di na mangani nato maserbisyohan. No? That was really I need to write another paper. We need to write another paper to put in all the numbers. Kanang pila ka buok ang hospital beds nga available, pero pila ka buok ang population nga gai-serve. 10 million unya about 8 to 10 million siguro for the region. Unya ang hospital beds nga available sa Cagayan de Oro 1,000. Go figure unsaon nagpaigo. That is why it was all over the social media. Nga tag-as kaayo ang linya sa NMMC. Tinuod. Because we do not have any place to put them. Daghan kaayo manawag sa ako in the middle of the night. Dongin, magpatabang bibi. Ingon ko, kung bed ang inyong kinahanglan, I am sorry, I will say no because there is none. Kung there is none available. Unless you bring your own bed. You bring your own bed. Kung gusto mo magpa-hospital sa NMMC, asa taman mo ibutang, ibitay ta mo. I can use my influence to get you admitted, but where will we put you? There are simply no more beds. So mauna, that is the situation. That is the situation. So ang naay kwarta mo adtog lain nga region. Sige, dito na lang ko pa-admit sa lain nga lugar.
Yeah, very challenging. Thank you so much, Doc, now for sharing your thoughts. Yes, we are running out of time for PM Day ang atong promise nga mahuman. So, congratulations no to all of our kanang presenters for your hard work and insightful contributions. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who participated and supported this event. For your certificate, the graduate school will just email the certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for the evaluation, please take a moment to complete the evaluation form that will be provided here in the chat box. Okay, this is very important. Your feedback is essential in helping us improve future forums. And then we are also excited to announce the inaugural issue of the Xavier Ateneo Graduate Journal of Multidisciplinary Studies. We invite all presenters and participants to consider submitting your papers for publication in this new academic journal. This is a wonderful opportunity to share your research with a wider audience and contribute to the growing body of knowledge in your field. Okay, so I think paligid mga limtan kuan siguro to photo op or for documentation, Ma'am Janice, no?
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
Okay, smile.
Open your cam.
Open your cam. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Done, Doc.
Okay, thank you once again for your participation. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our research endeavors. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much po.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.